So here you go. Here you go. The radius to our horizon is about 14 billion light years.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
If we sat here or return to this spot a billion years from now, that horizon will be 15 billion light years away.
Yep.
It's actually an expanding horizon because the light from 15 billion light years away, will have had time to reach us. Right now, it's still en route.
Yeah, I have no problem with that, but beyond the 14 billion year...
The problem is the universe wasn't born yet.
Yeah, okay.
That's the problem.
I know.
Okay? So you can't see the universe before it existed.
So why doesn't somebody...
Invent the kind of telescope that can?
No. Okay, I'm getting out of my depth here. Let's get back to...
No, just to clarify.
Okay.
Just to clarify. So it takes light time to reach us, and the universe hasn't been here forever. When you combine those two facts, you get an edge of the universe. And so the universe has been here for 14 billion years. The farthest thing that could send us any information is 14 billion light years away.
I get that, but what about the guys who are on the edge of what we can see? How can they see beyond the other side?
Oh, because here's an interesting point. We don't know whether or not the entire universe is infinite.
Okay.
And our horizon is, the universe could be twice our horizon or infinitely larger than our horizon. Same with the ocean. You don't know how much bigger the ocean is than your horizon is. You can keep sort of wandering around. Maybe you'll hit land, as we've done, of course. So now you go there. If the universe is really, really big, that will be the center of their own horizon. And whatever the age of the universe is for them at that time, that will be the radius to their horizon.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make a remark. You drew the analogy of the sense of smell, and what a poor sense of smell we have. It's a fascinating fact that although dogs, for example, have a much better sense of smell than we have, as you mentioned.
That's what I say, sense of smell. That's what I should say. Not that dogs smell better.
Yeah.
But they have a better sense of smell.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
But we have the genes that would once enabled our ancestors to have as good a sense of smell as dogs. But the genes have mostly been turned off. And so we have vestiges, we have historical relics of those genes. And it's like your hard disk on your computer that's cluttered up with remains of old chapters you've written here and there and things that have now been cut off. Those genes have been turned off, but they're still there.
Isn't that the premise of X-Men?
I don't know.
They're human, but they have a genetically different genes are turned on and off within them, giving them special powers. So are you suggesting the day might arise where we go inside the human genome and flick the dip switches on and off and we come out as super?
Put it this way, it's not as unlikely as it might have appeared before we realised that we do have those genes still. You don't have to import the genes from dogs, although the technology of this coming century may enable that to happen.
I'd still rather it be the dog that sniffs the bomb than me.
Yes. Well, we'll probably have robots to do the sniffing. So, what about this point about the difficulty of maybe I chose a too easy example. The brain. How is it that the human brain, which evolved to do really rather mundane things,
to not get eaten by lions, yeah.
To not get eaten by lions in the Pleistocene of Africa, because as you'll learn this evening, we are all Africans. We all come from Africa, and our brains were shaped by natural selection on the African plains to do things that involve objects like this. I mean, medium-sized objects. Macroscopic objects that don't move anywhere near the speed of light. It's a tremendous tribute to our species that we are capable, at least some of us are capable, of understanding things that don't belong on that ordinary macroscopic, slow-moving scale.
Yeah, and so therein is the value to us, not only of the methods and tools of science, but also of the language of the universe that we call mathematics. Remarkable thing, a point first advanced by Eugene Wigner, that math has an unreasonable utility in the universe since we just invented it out of our heads. You don't discover math under a rock, as you might find a Grubbs. You invent it out of whole cloth. Yet, it empowers us to provide accurate and predictive descriptions and understandings of the universe. And so what comes of this is you learn to abandon your senses. And it's a line from the Broadway musical, Phantom of the Opera, abandon yours. Never mind. Sorry. So I want to write Broadway lyrics one day in another life. You train yourself to abandon your senses because you recognize how they can fool you into thinking one thing is true that is not. You abandon them. You use your tools that do the measuring to say, okay, that's the reality. Then you make a mathematical model of that you can manipulate logically, because math is all about the logical extension of one point to another, and then you can make new discoveries about the world that, frankly, you'll just have to get used to. No longer do you have the right is not the right word, but no longer do you have no longer are you justified saying that idea in science is not true because it doesn't make sense.
Absolutely, yeah.
So nobody cares about your senses.
Yes.
Your senses came out, forget the Serengeti, just growing up. As a kid, something's in your hand, you let go of it, it falls. You tip a glass, water spills. You are assembling a rule book for how nature works in the macroscopic world. The microscope takes you smaller than that, the telescope takes you bigger, and other laws of physics manifest themselves in those regimes that you have no life experience reckoning. And so it's math that allows you to take these incremental steps beyond the capacity of your senses and perhaps even the capacity of your mind. Yes, it's the mind that's taking the steps, but your mind was not deducing that by just looking at the world with your senses. It was helped out. It was aided by these tools that we invented.
And at some point, when you get so used to doing the mathematics, it becomes kind of intuitive in rather the way that I'm told that pilots who get used to flying a plane, and they start to feel the wings of the plane as being almost part of their own bodies. They develop an intuitive feeling.
No, so how many, is this common? Is this a common sensory perception of pilots?
I think it is. It's a common thing. I think that when people get skilled at using micromanipulators, where they're using their hands, and what's actually going on is tiny little minuscule movements going on under a microscope.
So it becomes their hands.
It becomes their hands.
The plane becomes the pilot.
Exactly.
Or the pilot becomes.
And just as you said, the telescope is an extension of the eyes.
I knew this. My advisor in graduate school, one of my advisors, I spoke to him one morning. He was doing research on star clusters that have these huge orbits around the center of the galaxy. He said he had a dream the night before where he was one of these clusters, and he was orbiting the center of the galaxy. I thought that was so cool.
Yes.
If you start becoming in your cosmic dream, I want to have those dreams, because then you think creatively about what remains to be discovered.
Absolutely. I sometimes wonder about whether surgeons, maybe even surgeons of the present, who are using micromanipulators inside a body. I mean, something like when they stick that thing up you and it goes.
They stick a lot of things up you. The last I've heard.
And I mean, already you have surgeons driving an endoscope inside and turning left to get round the intestine, turning right. I imagine the time will come when a surgeon will have virtual reality goggles on, and the surgeon will actually feel herself to be inside the body of the patient, and will turn left and will literally walk across the room, and that will be translated into the micromanipulators, the endoscope moving. This
sounds really cool. I like this idea, and you know what you'd have to do? You would have to alter the dominant laws of physics in that regime, because if you're small enough, a la Fantastic Voyage, the 1960s film, when you're that small, capillary action and surface tension and all manners of other forces take
Yes,
over.
yes.
And that then becomes your new reality, your new sensory
That's right. You
standards.
would have to become sensitive to surface tension. Darcy Thompson made the point in, I think, 1919, that to world of an insect, gravity is negligible.
Completely, it's who cares.
What matters is surface tension.
That's right.
And you'd have to be that. I never thought of that. But what I do
That's because you didn't see the movie Bug's Life.
Okay.
In Bug's Life, they serve up a cocktail to an insect that goes up to a bar, and all the bartender does is pour out water from a spigot and hand him the bowl of water, like that. And the surface, this was brilliant of the cartoonists here,
that'd be very good.
of the illustrators. And then he sticks a straw into the sphere and sucks it out. No receptacle needed. You got to get out more.
Well, I imagine my surgeon of the future being armed with a virtual, what do you call it, saw, one of those, what are those things you cut trees down with?
Bandsaws, yeah.
And what's really going on is a tiny little micro scalpel inside, but the surgeon is wielding an axe, and it's all done by virtual reality.
But I've got a question back to you. So I lose sleep over this, and I've always wanted to be in the company of a leading biologist to get insight into this. We, as an astrophysicist, we've seen throughout time the hubris that comes with any discovery that gets made, or the hubris that prevents the acceptance of a discovery that might demote your sense of self from whatever you previously imagined it to be. Among them is, where is Earth? Is it the center of all things? No, it's not even a significant planet in orbit around an ordinary star in the corner of a ordinary galaxy, one of 100 billion galaxies in the universe. And so here we are saying, let's search for life in the universe, intelligent life like us. Well, who are we to say that we're intelligent? I mean, I pose that not as a joke question, but it's a very serious question. We define ourselves to be intelligent in ways that no other creature can rival. Okay, now what do we credit that intelligence to? So you look at the genome, and let's take the chimp. I guess that's a really close relative of ours. And we have, what is it, high 90s% identical, indistinguishable DNA. And the chimp does not build the Hubble telescope, and the chimp does not compose symphonies. So we must then declare that everything we say about us that is intelligent is found in that 1.5% difference in DNA. Is that a fair statement to make? Okay. Let me invert that question. If the genetic difference between humans and chimps is that small, maybe the difference in our intelligence is also that small. Maybe the difference between stacking boxes and reaching a banana, putting up an umbrella when it rains, whatever are these rudimentary things a chimp does that the primatologists roll them forward and boast about, which of course our toddlers can do, maybe the difference between that and the Hubble telescope is as small as that difference in DNA. Because I pose the question, suppose there was another life form on Earth or elsewhere, that in that same sort of vector, that 1.5% difference we are to chimps, suppose they were 1.5% different from us. They would then roll the smartest of us in front of their humatologists and say, there's Hawking, oh, this one is slightly smarter than the rest of them because he can do astrophysics calculations in his head. Like little Timmy over here. So I wonder if we're just blithering idiots in the presence of even a trivially smarter species than us. So therefore, who are we to even assert that, number one, we are intelligent and we're looking for others at least as intelligent as us out there to talk to? By the way, is there any other species on Earth that we can talk to? Can we have a conversation with a chimp? That has nearly identical DNA, and I don't think we can actually say, hey, what movie do you want to see tonight? But you don't have that conversation with a chimp. Yet somehow we want to believe that an alien on another planet that's not even based on DNA, and even if it is, it's not nothing like us, that we could communicate with it.
Yeah.
I'm screaming at you. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
so what do you? So there.
well, I'm all for. Yeah, I'm
Are
all
we
for,
as stupid as I'm saying?
I'm all for deflating hubris, but I mean, it's also true, of course, that our brains are anatomically very, very much bigger than chimps, and so that also must be contained in some sense in that tiny little percentage of DNA. I think the way to look at the DNA problem is to say that the sort of DNA that has been sequenced and the sort of thing that on which we base that calculation of the 98% is, if you look at again, look at a computer, and you'll find that most of the programs that are written are at the machine code level are calling up the same set of subroutines. There's a subroutine for pulling down menu bars and a subroutine for moving windows and so on. That's what we're looking at in this 98%. What we're not looking at is the set of sort of high-level instructions that say, call this subroutine now call this one, now call this one, now call that one. It's not just humans and chimpanzees. All mammals have pretty much the same repertoire of genetic subroutines. And it's the difference between a man and a mouse, is like the difference between a man and a chimpanzee, is the order in which they're called, the sequence in which they're called during embryology, which causes the really quite substantial anatomical differences between a human and a mouse, and the quite big differences in brain size.
If we assume we're not some measure of things, then, as I said earlier, that tells me that the day might come where we could go in, understand which sequences are called in what way, and invent whole new sequences never before dreamt of by biology.
Yep, absolutely.
Empowering us in ways never before.
It's very, very difficult. It's much more difficult than it sounds, but still, it's in principle possible. But the other point about intelligent life in the universe, never mind how we define intelligence, we're only going to encounter them if they are intelligent enough either to come here, which is very difficult indeed, or to send radio transmissions to us, which is a lot easier, but still requires. Let's just define it as the quality that you need in order to send information across the universe. Now, you don't have to call that intelligence, but whatever it is, that's what it needs in order to get here, in order for us to apprehend it.
And I wonder, surely you've walked past a worm that had just crawled out of the earth, and when you did so, you weren't saying to yourself, gee, I wonder what that worm is thinking. You just simply didn't care. You're so far beyond I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm imagining you simply really don't care what the worm is thinking. And the worm, conversely, has no clue that you consider yourself intelligent. You're just this thing that went by. So can you imagine a species that has such high intelligence that the prospect of communicating with us is simply of no interest to them?
Yeah, I can, yeah.
And they go by and their intelligence is on such a level that we can't even recognize it as intelligence.
Yes, and moreover, I think it would more or less have to be that much ahead of us if we were ever to meet them, because we're never going to get there.
Yeah, we sure as hell not getting there.
Great. So
see the NASA budget lately? It's not.
So anything that gets here has got to have a very, very highly developed technology, far more than we've.
That brings us to Stephen Hawking's concern about any civilization sufficiently advanced to visit us. What does that say about the consequence of that encounter?
Yeah.
And he's worried, of course, because he's taking his cue from the history of humans, with one has a more advanced technology than the other, and they visit. It almost is always bad for those with the lesser technology. And South America, one of the sort of more obvious examples in their first encounter with the Spaniards. So I don't know if I want to be the first one to shake hands, or shake whatever they're sticking forward. I don't know. I want to do it, but I still have my concerns.
What do you think are the odds that there is life elsewhere in the universe?
They must be high, and I'll tell you why. People say, well, have you found life yet? No. Well, that's like going to the ocean. This has been said before, taking a cup of water, scooping up, and saying, there are no whales in the ocean, Here's my data, You need a slightly bigger sample. And so if you look at, for example, what we call the radio bubble, this is the sphere around Earth, centered on Earth, which is the farthest our radio signals have reached in the galaxy. And they're about 70 light years away. We've been transmitting radio signals inadvertently leaking into space for about 70 years. 70 light year radius sphere. Well, how big is the galaxy? We'll shrink that sphere down to maybe the size of a BB, and then the galaxy on that scale would be the size of this stage. That's how far our radio signals have traveled. And those aren't even the ones we sent on purpose. The ones we sent on purpose have traveled much less. So no, we haven't actually reached as far into the galaxy as we'd like before we would say definitively that there's no one intelligent living today. But here's some very simple facts. I can review them in 90 seconds. You look at the formation of the Earth and the earliest sign of fossil life. Subtract a few hundred million years at the beginning of Earth, when Earth was a shooting gallery. Earth was still accreting the birth materials of the solar system. It's hostile to complex chemistry over that time. Not fair to start the clock then. Wait a couple of 100 million years. Now start the clock and wait around and see when you have the first signs of single-celled life. At most, 400 million years. At most. Earth has been around for 4.5 billion. So Earth, without any help from us, with basic ingredients found throughout the universe, managed to create life, simple though it was. So, and Earth, one of, 8 planets, get over it. Earth, an ordinary star, to suggest, and what are the ingredients of life? The number 1 atom in your body is hydrogen. Number 2 atom is oxygen, together making mostly water that's in you. Next is carbon in this order. Next is nitrogen. Next is other stuff. My favorite element, other, yeah. You look at the universe, the number 1 element in the universe is hydrogen. Next is helium, chemically inert, couldn't do anything with it anyway. Next is carbon. I think I left out oxygen there. Next is oxygen. Next is nitrogen. 1 for 1. We're not even made of odd things. The most common things in the universe are found here on Earth, and we're made of them. And carbon, one of the most chemically fertile element on the periodic table. It's not a surprise. We're carbon-based. Life is just the extreme expression of complex chemistry. So that's what biology is. So all these people who want to imagine, because they remembered their chemistry class, that silicon sits right below carbon on the periodic table. So it bonds similarly to carbon, so they want to imagine silicon-based life. I'm saying, okay, fine, but you don't have to. There's 5 times as much carbon in the universe as silicon. There's no need to even have to go there. We got enough to imagine just simply with the carbon atom at the center of these huge biological molecules. Point is, it happened relatively quickly with the most common ingredients in the universe. To now say life on Earth is unique in the universe would be inexcusably egocentric.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I would go further and say that if ever you meet somebody who wishes to claim that he believes or she believes that life is unique in the universe, then it would follow from that belief that the origin of life on this planet would have to be a quite stupefyingly rare and improbable event. And that would have the rather odd consequence that when chemists try to work out theories, models of the origin of life, what they should be looking for is a stupendously improbable theory, an implausible theory. If there was a plausible theory of the origin of life, that's right, because then life would have to be
everywhere.
Yeah. Now maybe it is everywhere. My hunch is that there's lots and lots of life in the universe, but it's probably because the universe is so vast, the islands of life that there are so spaced out that it's unlikely that any one of them will ever meet any other, which is rather sad.
It's sad. However, let me make you happy a little bit more from that. we've learned now that we can model the formation of the solar system. And this period of time where Earth was being bombarded heavily, that's called the period of heavy bombardment in the early universe. We call it like we see it in astrophysics. Let the record show. I don't know if I've ever in my life ever understood the title of a biology research paper. I just want to say that. Just the words, I'm not feeling them. You know, they're too big, too many syllables. I'm off topic here. So back to the period of heavy bombardment, and with computer simulations, you can model what happens when an impact hits a planetary surface. And it's not much different from if you sprinkle Cheerios on a bed, which you would never do on purpose, but your kids would do this. And then you smack the surface of the bed. There's a sort of a recoiling effect, and Cheerios pop upwards. It turns out Mars may have been wet. We know at some point it had water, and fertile for life before Earth. And at this period of heavy bombardment, if it had started life, surely it would have been simple life, there's no reason to think otherwise. We've learned that bacteria can be quite hardy, as you surely know. So we imagine a bacterial stowaway in the nooks and crannies of one of these rocks that are cast back into space. In fact, if you do the calculation, there's hundreds of tons of Mars rocks that should have fallen to Earth by now over the history of the solar system. Maybe one of those rocks carried life from Mars to Earth, seeding life on Earth. My great disappointment would be going to Mars and finding Mars life based on DNA.
Yeah.
Then it would not have been a separate experiment in life. We would just all simply have to get over the fact that we are Martian descendants.
What we need is a second sample of life. We have only one at present. And
why have you only given us one?
It would be a disappointment, as you say, if we found life on Mars based on DNA. Well, at least if we found life on Mars based on the same DNA code.
Sure.
Just about imagine DNA evolving twice, but you couldn't imagine the same four-letter code evolving twice. So, but I wanted to make a point that your calculation of it took only about 400 million years at the most for the first life to arise. For the first life capable of broadcasting radio waves capable of being detected elsewhere in the universe, it took approximately just under 4 billion years.
Yeah.
Well, no, about 4 billion years.
4 billion.
Which is about half the life of the that we can expect the solar system to exist.
Mm-hmm.
So
an important point, by the way, because we were human before we had the technology to broadcast. So if your criterion for whether a planet has intelligent life, and if we are the measure of intelligence, then there could be plenty of planets out there with Roman empires and whatever else, and they're not sending radio signals. But any close enough observer would surely declare them to be intelligent.
The time interval between Roman empires and radio signals is negligible compared to the total time we're talking about. So it's an interesting question how long it takes once you get language, once you get civilization, once you get culture. How long does it take to get radio waves? Indeed, how long does it take to get self-destructive weapons that blow the whole lot up? I mean, that's the next.
And there's an implicit assumption that you're making inadvertently, possibly, that intelligence is an inevitable consequence of the evolutionary record. And I'm skeptical of that, because if that were the case, what we call our intelligence would have happened multiple times in the fossil record, and it hasn't. Whereas other things have shown up plenty of times, like the sense of sight and locomotion. There's some rather inventive ways things can get around the world. My favorite is the snake, of course. No arms, no legs, yet it gets around just fine. I'm imagining an alien visiting Earth, stumbling on a snake, the only creature it sees, right? And then it goes back and tells its home people, "You're not going to believe what I saw. There's a creature on that planet. No arms, no legs. It can still get around. It detects its prey with infrared rays and can eat things 5 times bigger than its head." And they'll think the guy was on drugs.
Yeah.
It's an ordinary snake sitting here on our Earth.
Yeah.
Just while I'm on the subject, big disappointment I have are Hollywood aliens. And I don't know who to blame for this, Hollywood or biologists that advise them. Hollywood aliens are way too anthropomorphic for me. Even E.T., he had a head, shoulders, arms. Okay, he had 3 fingers instead of 5. There's still fingers at the end of a hand. He had legs, he had feet. That's human. And look at the diversity of life on Earth to draw from if you want to think about the ways of being alive. I'm just so disappointed. And I'm not even that I know that I can help them, but one of my favorite aliens ever was the Blob. Did you see that movie?
No, I don't see as many movies as you would see.
Blob is classic. It's just so that alien was a blob, right? That's what it was, and it would just kind of move along, and it would grab onto you and suck out your blood and keep moving, and it was non-anthropic in concept, and it came from space, and I just thought that was an attempt to try to create some kind of way of being alive.
That's a very laudable attempt. It is interesting to look around the animal kingdom and count up the number of times that some things have evolved. I mean, eyes several dozen times, ears and quite a large number of times. Echolocation, that's finding your way around by sonar, only 4 times. So that's
a bat and who else?
A bat, whales, and 2 different groups of birds, cave-dwelling birds. And a few rudimentary examples in some shrews and sea lions, but really 4 different times. Intelligence and language of the humankind only once, as you pointed out.
So it can't be that important for survival.
Well,
if natural selection is at work, it should have shown up many more times.
You think so? But I mean, it's a genuinely interesting point that I think biologists haven't thought about enough, is to go around the animal kingdom counting up the number of separate arisings of something, because that does tell you something about what you might expect elsewhere in the universe. You'd expect eyes, you might expect echolocation, hypodermic syringes, stingers, about a couple of dozen. I'm talking about independent evolutions now. You look about spiders.
Our version of that would be called guns. Yeah.
Called what?
Our version of the hypodermic stinger would be called a gun.
Yes,
right?
okay.
Sting someone with.
But I'm talking about something that penetrates the body and injects poison.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting question. And another relevant point is you look around the world at different island continents and say, how many times, how similar are they? You've got Australia, the Australian mammals, for example. And there are very, very powerful similarities between Australian mammals, which evolved entirely independently of mammals in South America, independently again of mammals in Asia and Africa. And so, again, that gives you a kind of a clue for how predictable evolution is. Other worlds are going to be very different, but we perhaps shouldn't write off the possibility that the Hollywood aliens are not, they might not be not that unimaginative. I mean, my colleague Simon Conway Morris has even suggested that there is very likely that there will be, if not humans, at least bipedal, big-brained, language-toting, hand-toting, forward-looking eyes for stereoscopy, pretty much humans. He thinks it's highly likely. He's got a religious agenda, I'm sorry to say, for that. But I, like him, I appreciate the power of natural selection. I think that whatever...
By the way, I think if he were... if he were a creature other than a primate, he might be giving a different list of things.
I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's probably right.
The horse doesn't have 2 eyes facing forward, but the horse damn near can see directly behind it. And so the horse would be valuing that fact.
Oh, I'm not denigrating horses at all. I mean, there are lots.
I'm just saying that's your first sign that there's bias. Is you start listing the human features that you would want in an alien.
I don't want to say that I'm not picking on humans because they're superior, but because they're us. I mean, we have stereoscopic vision, we have 3-dimensional vision, horses don't. They have a different kind of vision, insects have a different kind of vision. Bats have echo. I mean, it's not vision, but it's using sound to produce what I would guess inside the bat's brain is probably perceived rather the same way we perceive visually, because why wouldn't you use the tools of the brain, of the mammalian brain,
to create an image,
to create a model of the world? I've even speculated.
By the way, that they showed that in, forgive me, the movie Daredevil.
Do they have bats?
He's blind. He's blind, and when it rains, he likes when it rains because the rain hits people, and he hears the different sort of reflections of the sound. And he saw his girlfriend for the first time in the rain. There's the image of her.
Okay, but my speculation is that bats hear in
It's
colour.
America. I got to talk about our movies here. Sorry.
My speculation is that bats hear in colour. Because why wouldn't you use colour? Colour is just hue, perceived hue, is nothing more than a label that the brain uses.
Precisely. That's all it is. Yeah. Color, you attach it to some sequence of change.
And so bats would most usefully use colour as a sign. For example, the difference between a furry moth and a leathery locust might be perceived as red versus blue. Mm-hmm. And that would be a very useful way for natural selection to have tied the labels of hue onto something that would seem very strange to us. But we're coming to the end of our time.
Didn't we just begin like a second
Well, that's
ago?
rather what I felt. If we want to have some time for questions...
Which I would very much like that, but I had a couple more bones to pick with you.
Okay, well, let's go quickly through those bones.
Okay. And just if you start formulating questions in your head. Some years, actually, 1994, was it? Or 1996, there was this rock in Antarctica, a meteorite discovered, ALH 84001, which had tantalizing evidence. By the way, that rock was from Mars, one of the tonnage of rocks that we know are out there. And there was evidence in one of the nooks of that rock for possible life, traceable not to Earth but from Mars. And so the evidence was very circumstantial, but interesting nonetheless. There was chemistry there that could only happen in the presence of oxygen, and there was chemistry there occupying a similar spot that could happen only in the absence of oxygen. Now you might say, well, who cares? Well, life is just such a machine. When you breathe in oxygen, you oxygenate the hemoglobin. That oxygen gets used for your metabolism, and it goes back without the oxygen. In your same body, you have oxygenating and deoxygenating forces operating within you. So life does it for free. If you don't appeal to life, you'd have to have the rock hang out over here for a while and then roll down a cliff and go anaerobic for a while. You'd have to sort of patch it together. So it was all the news, page one story. And they even had an electron microscope photo of what looked like a itty-bitty worm. It had little segments on it. It was intriguing. That was not the lead evidence of the authors. It was just kind of interesting. It was about 1/10 the size of like the smallest worms on Earth, but interesting nonetheless. I'm invited to comment on this. In fact, it was Charlie Rose. He had 4 people. I'm the astrophysicist. They had a biologist. They had a philosopher. And the picture of the worm comes up. The biologist, who was piped in by a screen, said, "That can't possibly be life." So I said, "Wow, what have I missed?" So tell me, sir, why is that good? "Oh, because the smallest life on Earth is 10 times that size." And I'm still waiting for him to give me the reason why it can't be life. Then I paused and reflected and said, well, that is the reason he's giving me, that it can't be life. His comparison with life on Earth. And then I said, last I checked, we're talking about a rock from Mars. Why are you using Earth to constrain your capacity to think about what exists out there? My question to you, are biologists closed-minded or open-minded about what is possible in terms of biology in this universe? Because at the end of the day, you go behind closed doors and you confess to yourselves that you only have a data sample of 1, because all life on Earth has common DNA.
Yeah. Well, he was being
in most any other sciences, we would say that's not. How do you make science out of a sample of 1?
No, that's right. He was being closed-minded, no question about it, because he was using his experience of life on this planet to make that generalization. On the other hand, one could make such a statement by using the laws of physics, and you could say that there are certain things that wouldn't work for physical reasons. I mean, I'm not saying that a tiny worm wouldn't work for physical reasons, but I could imagine somebody making an argument that said you cannot have, for example, maybe there's a certain minimum size of eye that could form an image for purely physical reasons. And that would be a good reason why one might.
And I'm there all the way.
Yeah.
It's just that he cited Earth as his measure of what is possible.
Well, he was just wrong.
Okay. Okay. You don't align yourself with his.
I don't know who it was, but
that was the biggest thing I had to get off my chest here.
Okay. Shall we bring up the lights and see if there are.
There are microphones in the aisles, apparently. So if you just line up in the two center aisles behind those microphones, and I guess we can pick left and right for what questions you might have.
Professor Dawkins, we're very pleased to hear that you're writing a children's book on the beauty of science. We'd like both of you to write one for adults, or a video special on TV, because we don't want this wonder and awe that you all have been discussing today to be co-opted by religious people in the world, and it is really wonderful. So, what can we do to spread the word that science is not something to be afraid of? It's something to really be in wonder of.
Right.
Can I just slip in there? You commented that the book is there's a children's book where we need one for adults. Indeed, we need one of those for adults. Interestingly, we probably don't need it for children, because children are born inquisitors of their natural world. They turn over rocks, they jump in puddles, they pour water down your back. They do things that are, you can look at it as wreaking havoc in the house, or you can look at it as a long series of science experiments. Some of them gone playfully wrong, but nonetheless explorations into the natural world. What happens is over time that gets beaten out of them, because that is not the behavior of the sign of obedience. That's the behavior of disarray. And plus adults far outnumber children. So I think the real problem in the world is adults, especially since they control the world, not the kids.
Yeah. I mean, what I would say about how we're going to convey the wonder, which you and I are both extremely interested in doing that, and following your mentor, Carl Sagan, for example. I mean, I like to make a distinction between what I call these two schools of why we should pursue the space race, space exploration. The non-stick frying pan way, which is it's useful because you get spin-offs like non-stick frying pans, and it's wonderful. And I go for the wonderful part, and I find that one of the problems with people who attempt to convey science to lay people, whether it's children or adults, is they tend to be obsessed with bringing it down to earth and making it ordinary and mundane and the sort of thing you might meet in your own kitchen. I prefer, and I'm glad somebody's doing that, but for me, I prefer the wide open spaces of space, the wonder of looking down a microscope at the very small, and thinking about it from a sort of more poetic point of view rather than from a more utilitarian point of view.
Right here, yes.
Hi. First, I'd like to say thank you. This is very stimulating, and it's wonderful to have this here at Crampton University, at Howard University, Crampton Auditorium at Howard University. I have a practical application question for technology and its impact on humans, specifically cell phones, cellular cell phones. I'm in healthcare, and I'd like to know where you stand on the effects. And I know we've come a long way since the first cell phones came out, but I get particularly apprehensive when I see young people putting cell phones to the heads of little infants and saying, "Talk to daddy," or something like that. Where do you see, that's my first question, the impact of the waves and things like that, which is out. I know I've looked at some studies on human beings. And then my second question is about the references for the origins of calculus in the Egyptian culture. Thank you.
Okay, given how many people are in line, I think we should try to answer as quickly as possible to do this. And I'll take a first stab, and if you want to try that as well. I don't know of any first efforts at calculus in the Egyptian culture. Perhaps Richard does. And with regard to cell phone use, there's a very important fact of science, and that is the act of measurement. It's a fascinating thing, measurement, because you can never measure anything precisely. That is, with unlimited precision. You can only measure it with the uncertainties of your measuring device. And all you can do in the lab is try to constrain how uncertain that measurement is. But at some level, it will always be uncertain. And here's what happens. If if you're trying to measure a phenomenon that does not exist, the variations in your measurement will occasionally give you a positive signal, as well as a negative signal. If that positive signal is the idea that maybe A causes B, in this case, cell phones cause cancer, a paper gets written about that result, and then people get concerned that cell phones might cause cancer or power lines might cause cancer. This goes way back. And so, in fact, if you look at the full spate of these studies, even those that they thought not to publish because it was not a positive effect, there's some cases where, in fact, there's less cancer. And so these are the phenomenon of a no result. When you actually have A causing B, the signal is huge. It is huge and it's repeatable in time and in place. With cell phones, that repeatable signal is yet to emerge from the total experiments that are done on it. That being said, if you're worried, almost every cell phone they have the cell phones on your hip and you've got an earpiece. So just do that if you're worried. But otherwise, I can either say the jury is still out or the experimental results are consistent with no effect at all.
I have nothing to add to that.
Okay.
How about the
Sure.
calculus in Egypt?
So, can we have this one now?
Yeah.
Please.
Yes, I was interested when you were speaking about the bubble of radio waves as far as the limitation of our communication. I read recently at the Large Hadron Collider they've had some crazy experiments, but there are apparently particles that are seemingly unconnected, but they react to each other in symmetrical patterns of some kind. I'm very amateurish on this, but what do you think would be the possibility of instantaneous communication across vast distances using some kind of particle manipulation?
Yeah,
That's exactly it's exactly an example of the kind of thing I meant when I said it's beyond me.
Yeah, so quantum physics is the physics of the world of the small. And in fact, quantum rules apply macroscopically, but they don't reveal themselves as exotically as what happens with single particles. And a particle can pop into existence, go out of existence, what we call tunnel from one place to another, instantly, with no time delay between the two. It could exist in all places at once, and then show up instantaneously here when you make the measurement. These are quantum rules that don't make any sense to us, because we don't live in a quantum world. If we did, these would be phenomena that would be quite natural. So now, can we exploit the quantum world for faster than light communication, is what you are suggesting here. And there's no known way to do that given the laws of physics. In other words, you can have what's called a wave form, a wave function of a particle, and it's everywhere. You make a measurement, then the particle instantly shows up here, even though the wave had a probability of existing, the particle had a probability of existing here. And so it's just odd, and we don't know how to exploit that fact to our advantage. But as far as we know, no, you cannot have faster than light communication, which we would desperately need to get bigger than the bubble to talk to the rest of the galaxy. Again, I'll try to make my answers even shorter than that. Yes, sir.
Making the distinction between life in the universe, which I think is inevitable, and intelligent life in the universe, which is, I question or challenge at least the probability of, given our planet being in the right location, the star being in the right type of star, in the right location, etc. What are the odds that you would, and given the time it took, 4.5 billion, 4.6 billion years, for us to get to the point where we can ask the question, is there intelligent life in the universe? What do you think those odds are?
The universe is huge in time and in space and in contents. So the good thing about the universe is extraordinarily rare phenomena happen every day, someplace in the universe. And so, however rare we might calculate it would be up here for life as we know it, you multiply up the numbers, the stars in the galaxies, galaxies in the universe, these are staggeringly huge numbers, 10 to the 21 stars, 1,000 times bigger than the number of grains of sand on an average beach. Itself, 100 times bigger than the number of words ever spoken or uttered by all humans who have ever lived. These are staggeringly large, stupendously large numbers, to use Richard's word, that give us the confidence that even if intelligent life is only short-lived, grows up and then has become so smart it can kill itself, that there's bound to be one out there that we're hitting it right at the right time, that they are happy to have a conversation with us if we're smart enough to have a conversation with them.
This question is primarily for Professor Dawkins. I come from a family where there are 2 skeptics and 3 religious fruitcakes. You can guess which side I'm on. Anyhow, I was just wondering, with your experience, if you've ever found a good way to hit the fruitcakes upside the head with some rational thinking and actually get them to pay attention.
It would be nice to say that all we need to do is to expose them to scientific evidence. And that's certainly a very important part of it, is what Neil and I are both trying to do. Unfortunately, there's a certain amount of evidence that there's a certain kind of mind which is so dyed-in-the-wool, wedded to a scriptural version of the world that they more or less admit in advance that no matter what evidence comes, they will refuse to budge. I mean, a good example, my favorite example of this is the geologist Kurt Wise, who is a young Earth creationist, but who knows very well all the evidence for an old Earth from geology. And he has actually said in these very words, I think I quote him approximately right, if all the evidence in the universe pointed to an old Earth, I would be the first to recognize the evidence, but I would still be a young Earth creationist because that is what Holy Scripture tells me. Somebody who's actually prepared to come out and say that, at least he's honest, somebody who actually comes out and says that is pretty much advertising himself as beyond reason. He's absented himself from the rational discussion which the rest of us are having by announcing in advance that Scripture is going to take precedence over evidence. And here's a man who knows the evidence. He has a PhD from Harvard in geology. He knows the evidence, and yet he's announced in advance. So there are certain people who are unreachable, but my hope is that the vast majority of people are eminently reachable and just simply haven't been exposed to the evidence which is plentiful and wonderful.
Next question here.
Thanks for the great job on the poetry of science. I wonder if you could say just a few words, both of you, on the philosophy of science. Just read Stephen Hawking's book, The Grand Design. First page, philosophy is dead. And here at Howard, our administration is proposing the abolition of our philosophy programs. Could you say a few words?
I have a couple of words to say about that. Up until early 20th century, philosophers had material contributions to make to the physical sciences. Pretty much after quantum mechanics, remember, the philosopher is the would-be scientist but without a laboratory, right? And so what happens is the 1920s come in, we learn about the expanding universe in the same decade as we learn about quantum physics, each of which falls so far out of what you can deduce from your armchair that the whole community of philosophers that previously had added materially to the thinking of the physical scientists were rendered essentially obsolete at that point. And I've yet to see a contribution. This will get me in trouble with all manner of philosophers, but I call me later and correct me if you think if I missed somebody here. But philosophy has basically parted ways from the frontier of the physical sciences. When there was a day when they were one and the same. Isaac Newton was a natural philosopher. The word physicist didn't even exist in any important way back then. So I'm disappointed because there's a lot of brain power there that might have otherwise contributed mightily, but today simply does not. Philosophy has it's not that there can't be other philosophical subjects. There's religious philosophy and ethical philosophy and political philosophy, plenty of stuff for the philosopher to do, but the frontier of the physical sciences does not appear to be among them.
Even in biology, I think it's an interesting point that the idea of evolution by natural selection, which came independently to two traveling naturalists in the 19th century, it's a simple enough idea that any philosopher could have thought of it from the depths of an armchair, anyway back to the Greeks, and none of them did. And I don't really understand that. It seems to me to be a strange thing that it had to wait for two 19th century scientists living 200 years after Newton did something that seemed a lot more difficult.
Well, check Anaxagoras.
Sorry?
Check Anaxagoras, first theory of evolution in pre-Socratic Greeks.
Oh, well, okay. But natural selection is something that came in the not just to Darwin and Wallace. I mean, there were a couple of other scientists who thought of it. The philosophers that I really respect in the world today, philosophers of science, are ones who've actually taken the trouble to learn some science. And there are some. And they're very good, clear thinkers, and they do help other people to think clearly. But they're really the same as scientists. I mean, they're scientists who are also trained in philosophy.
Sir.
Thank you both for coming. There's a group of scientists in Europe that have developed a Large Hadron Collider, and they're trying to recreate the conditions of what has been known as the Big Bang, slamming antiprotons and protons together to try and find a particle known as the Higgs boson, which has been misnamed the God particle. It's a particle that gives matter mass. Could you guys talk about the conditions of the universe at that time? Will this prove anything, this experiment?
The interesting thing about physics is that there's very little physics left to be discovered on a tabletop. The way physics works is, the way discoveries in physics, by and large, work is, you need to go someplace you've never been before, either in scale, large, small, energy especially, speed. Once you explore these extremes, you're at the hairy, bleeding edge between what is known and unknown in the universe. So if you want to discover something you've never done before, build an accelerator that hits an energy level that's never been hit before. And the early universe is our best particle accelerator we know. And so now we have the very large tabletop version of the early universe, large and expensive, and it now allows us to test our ideas about what was going on. And so, yes, it's a regime of the early universe that we have theoretical understanding of, but we yet to have experimental verification for it.
I have visited the Large Hadron Collider twice, and on both occasions I was more or less literally reduced to tears. I was moved so much by this stupendous effort of human ingenuity, human cooperation, multinational, and I expressed my attempted to express my poetic fascination and interest in this terrific enterprise in my latest book, and there was an unfortunate misprint. It came out as the Large Hard-On Collider.
That's just the D and the R, right? I guess that's...
I spotted the misprint, and of course I left it in, but alas, the publisher's proofreader also spotted it. She removed it. I begged her on my knees to leave it in. She said it was more than her job was worth.
It's a quick social comment. The 1990s canceled superconducting super collider that was to be built in Texas had peak energies 3 times as large as the Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland. Congress voted to not continue its funding. The project was scrapped, and now the center of mass of particle physics is no longer in the United States, it's in Europe. Now, interesting to the scientists, why we'd rather it be here in America, we really celebrate the fact that science continues to advance, and it's just a matter of whose nation's priorities values it. And I saw that as the beginning of the end of America's leadership in this realm.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. I probably have a question which is rather mundane in this setting, but one doesn't get these opportunities very often. I recently thought about this. The life that's been discovered at the point of seafloor spreading on Earth is, I assume, because I haven't heard otherwise, also DNA-based, as is everything else we know of. And my curiosity is whether there is a hypothesis or an explanation that has been in fact devised as to how DNA can have its effect over the distance of 5,000 or 6,000 miles in the ocean itself between that point and the surface.
Not miles in the ocean. I mean, the diameter of the Earth is only, you mean feet down?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, just the ocean bottom.
5 or 6 miles.
Yeah, thank you. You said 1,000.
Exclude the 1,000.
Okay. I can give an astrophysicist view, but I'd
I
welcome the
didn't
biologist.
actually hear the question, so you start off by...
Sure. So these extremophiles, these are creatures that thrive under conditions that would kill the rest of us instantly. Under high pressure, high temperature. In fact, at the ocean vents, they're thriving at 300 degrees Fahrenheit. The pressure of the water is high enough to prevent boiling, but the temperature is high enough that it would cook anything else. One of the great advances in exobiology was the discovery that life on Earth is hardier than anyone had ever previously given it credit. We no longer need the room temperature pond water to have life thrive. The more we've looked in the Earth, the more we've found life doing the backstroke under extraordinarily hostile conditions, hostile to humans, that is. What that has done for us astrophysically is allow us to cast for life with a much wider net than we had previously thought we had available to us. Whereas before we would look in the habitable zone, the Goldilocks zone, not too close to a host star, your water would evaporate, not too far away, water freezes. You're looking for that liquid water zone, made liquid by sunlight. We find out all you really need is an energy source, doesn't have to be the sun. Jupiter keeps Europa warm, one of its moons. It has a liquid ocean, it's been liquid for billions of years. You want to look for life, armed with this diversity of life, the hardiness of life, even we find here on Earth, it has only broadened our search for life in the cosmos.
Among the many theories of the origin of life, recently people have started thinking about life might possibly have started under what we now think of as extreme conditions of high temperature. And it could be that we are now in the cold zone, which was not the way it was when it first started, and that's an interesting possibility.
So they would look at us like we're the extremophiles.
Exactly. They look at us as though we're the extremophiles.
I'd like to ask my question.
Well, my department chairman has said that he wants you to go ahead and ask your question. I'm not going to tell him no. So please ask your question. Keep it brief, and this is the last one before we go on to the book sign.
Thank you, Howard, for making this free. Anyway, I read a book, Constellation of Philosophy. The main guy, Boethius, is condemned to death. He has everything taken from him. All he has is his reason and his sense of self. Not even that. But he attempts to console himself to this execution by reasoning that the world has order, that there is something that keeps things together. And he uses his reason to try and get to the root of why he should be at peace at death. The problem is, his source of origin is a belief in God. What would you do?
Well, I don't know if I fully understand the question. I do know that if he's about to be executed...
How about you are about to be executed?
Oh, I'm about to be executed.
You have nothing except your knowledge and your knowledge of science, your experience.
I would request that my body in death be buried, not cremated, so that the energy content contained within it gets returned to the earth so that flora and fauna can dine upon it, just as I have dined upon flora and fauna throughout my life.
What about you, Mr. Dawkins?
And I'm sorry, we have to move on. Please, another round of applause for Professor Dawkins and Dr. Tyson.
Thank you. And even streaming. Yeah, yes, the instant one. Yeah, I got it. We got them all addicted. Good. This is my fair. Oh yeah, in fact, actually, beginning of January, Nova is shifting nights to Wednesday night, and it's going to be all science Wednesday night. Okay. And we lead off with Nova Science Now. Cool. There you go.
Good evening and welcome to Q&A. I'm Tony Jones and here to answer your questions tonight. Good evening and welcome to Q&A. Answering your questions tonight, the Federal Minister for Agriculture, Tony Burke, Mental Health Expert and Australian of the Year, Patrick McGorry, Rabbi Jackie Ninio of Sydney's Progressive Emmanuel Synagogue, the author of The God Delusion and the Greatest Show on Earth, evolutionary biologist and outspoken atheist Richard Dawkins, Family First Senator Stephen Fielding, and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Julie Bishop. Please welcome our panel. And we're also sending our best wishes to Sister Veronica Brady, who was going to be part of tonight's panel but had to withdraw at the last minute due to ill health. Remember, Q&A is live from 9:35 Eastern Time. Join the Twitter conversation with your comments. If you have a question, send it by SMS to 1975522 or go to our website, abc.net.au/Q&A. Let's go straight to our very first question tonight. It comes from Arthur Lith.
The question for Richard Dawkins. Can one be a believer in God as well as a believer in the theory of evolution?
Richard, we'll start with you, obviously.
First, I want to say, why am I the only one who's outspoken?
You want to be. He sells
Obviously, you can be a believer in God and in evolution because the Archbishop of Canterbury is, the Pope is, at least the previous Pope was, and the present Pope kind of is almost there. And so is any bishop, so is any archbishop, so is any cardinal, so is any priest worthy of the name. So that is absolutely clear. As an empirical fact, it is easy to be both. I find it slightly hard. I have a certain niggling sympathy for the creationists because I think, in a way, the writing is on the wall for the religious view that says it's fully compatible with evolution. I think there's a kind of incompatibility which the creationists see clearly, but the archbishops and the bishops, nevertheless, they've seen the evidence. Anybody who's seen the evidence knows that evolution is a fact, and so you can't get away from it. But I think the writing's on the wall.
Evidently, 40% of Americans disagree with you, and they can't reconcile their faith with the theory of evolution.
The figure varies between 40 45% and has done for about the last 30 years. It's an astonishing figure, and that appears to be true. Gallup polls seem to suggest that that is true. It's even worse than that because they actually believe that the world is less than 10,000 years old. And because since the true age of the Earth is 4.6 billion years old, that's a non-trivial error. I've previously compared it to believing that the width of North America is 8 yards.
Steve Fielding, can one be a believer in God as well as a believer in the theory of evolution?
Look, I'm not an expert on these issues whatsoever, and I think people in Australia have different beliefs, and their faith may drive them one way or the other. I actually believe in creationism. I think the Prime Minister does as well. So, look, I suppose at the end of the day, each person will come to their own conclusion on the issue, Tony.
You believe in creationism. So, because I've never heard you state this, but it's a fact, is that you believe in creationism, not evolution. Is that right?
That's correct. But look, each person will come to their own conclusion,
well,
and not, you know.
Richard, you'd like to respond?
Do you believe the world is less than 10,000 years old?
Look,
now, do you believe that?
Look, I think that there are a lot of questions in this area, and I think people will come to their own conclusion. I don't want to force people into one way or the other.
You're not being asked to force. You're not being asked to force.
Creationist or an old Earth creationist. So, which is it, Steve?
You're a young Earth creationist who believes the world is less than 10,000 years old. You're a parliamentarian in Australia who believes the world you live in is less than 10,000 years old.
I didn't say that, by the way. You're saying that I said it was 10,000.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Okay, no, you didn't say that.
Do you believe it?
It is an open question, though.
Look,
is that what you actually believe?
Look, I think that the science today will discover more and more, but I think that most Australians come to a view that either believe that we evolved or we came from creation, and I think that people you can believe whatever they like on that issue. I'm not trying to force that issue onto anyone, Tony.
So where did human beings come from?
Well, you may well ask this guy. He's got firm views on it from that perspective.
In your view, I'm just interested in that before we move on.
Well, as I said, I believe that people, started from being created. But look, there are some other views out there about people evolving from other types of animals.
And as in apes, for example.
Well, look, that's what some believe that. Yeah.
Jackie, let me bring you in here because we'll come back to that, Steve. Your view: can one believe in evolution and still reconcile faith in God?
Absolutely, and I think I'm in very good company, as it turns out, with many religious leaders who believe that the science is pretty clear that we evolved, but I think that there are still many unanswered questions, and I think we go to a Big Bang or whatever theory we start with, and there's always questions that we don't have an answer to. And I think for me, I answer those questions with a divine being or a God. Others will answer it in a different way, but I don't think they're incompatible at all.
So your God is the person or the being which created the Big Bang that started the whole process and then stepped aside. Is that the way it is?
In my mind, that God was involved somehow, somewhere. There was something before the Big Bang, and there are questions that we don't understand. There are still things we don't know, and for me, my faith and my belief tell me that was the role of God was involved there somewhere. But I don't think that negates the science, and I don't think that the story that we have in the Bible in any way negates all that we know in science. I think it's human beings struggling to understand and to make sense of our worlds, and I think we can learn a lot from the creation story in the Bible, not necessarily about how the world was created, but good moral teachings and lessons about humanity and about the earth and the world and how we should treat each other and how we should treat the world.
Tony Burke. Go back to the original question, can one be a believer in God as well as a believer in the theory of evolution?
Oh, the simple answer to that is yes. I should add, I've spent my whole political career avoiding ever making a comment on religion, and you bring me here tonight.
Welcome to our panel.
I can't for the life of me see where there's a conflict there. I just can't.
Julie.
Evolution and faith can and do coexist, and I think many scientists and theologians are able to reconcile their belief in evolution and the scientific fact and theory, and also a belief in a higher being. And I understand the evolution side of it, amino acids to proteins to molecules to cells to organisms, and then to a creature that has the brain power to question its own origins, that is man. But as Pope Benedict did say, he said it's absurd to suggest that these should be presented as alternatives, that is, evolution or faith. And in fact, they can coexist. They don't have to exclude each other. And who answers the imponderable question, well, where did everything come from originally? I mean, where did the original amino acid come from? So I think there's room for both, and they have coexisted happily in Australia and will continue to do so.
Okay, well, there's a question down the front. I'm going to come to you in a moment, but first of all, we've got a question that draws in Patrick McGorry, and I'm going to go to Dan Anderson first. There's Dan.
Professor McGorry, in your experience, do you think that belief in a transcendent being or in the transcendent in general is part of normal, healthy human psychology, or is it a symptom of mental illness?
That's obviously a trick question, right?
Do your best, Philip.
Well, look, I've looked after a lot of people over the last 20 or 30 years who have had very significant psychiatric disorders, and it's quite common for religious themes to actually manifest within the context of their symptoms. So, religion and mental health do coexist in that way. But clearly also spirituality is an important part of positive mental health. So I think there's two sides to this coin, and I think the question, we could talk about that for hours, really.
Let's go back to Richard Dawkins. I mean, you refer to belief in God as the God delusion. I'm wondering whether you think that spirituality may have a positive psychological benefit, as the questioner implies.
No, I don't think it has a positive psychological benefit. As to whether religious belief is a mental illness, I don't think it's fair to call it a mental illness because so many people actually do it. On the other hand, I think we could say that if you met one person, just one person, who claimed to believe some of the things that religious people as a whole claim to believe, you would think they were suffering from mental illness. It's just because so many of them believe it that we treat it as normal. But if you actually met somebody who said he believed that water could turn into wine, a man could walk on water, that a man could raise somebody else from the dead, you'd say, well, put him away. But because so many people believe it, you take it seriously.
Okay, I'm told we've got a question come in, a web question. It's from Cassandra Devine in Victoria. It's to Richard Dawkins. Why do you feel the need to express your views so stridently when they're not always welcome? Isn't it rather like going around to playgrounds and telling children that Santa Claus isn't real?
In modern English vocabulary, it's more or less impossible to use the word atheist without preceding it with the adjective strident. They simply go together. I am not strident. I'm no more strident than anybody else. Now, is it like disillusioning children about Santa Claus? The weird thing is that children manage to grow out of Santa Claus and suddenly...
let's throw that to Jackie. And the questioner says that questioning faith might be a bad thing, might sort of cause people to stop believing in Santa Claus or whatever.
I think we have, as people of faith, we have an obligation to question and to continually be understanding and reinterpreting and trying to find meaning within our tradition. And I can say for myself that what I understand and believe about God now was not what I understood and believed about God when I was 10, and it's not what I understood when I was 5, and it won't be what I understand when I'm 90. I think that it's an evolving process to understand God and what God is and how God is in the world. And
Here's the interesting thing, you keep reinterpreting God as you get older by the sound of it. Do you ever consider that perhaps God doesn't exist?
No, I don't, but there are those who do. And I think for me, my faith in God is quite strong, but I think for many, many believers, it's very, of course you question the existence of God, and that sometimes you may come to the position that God doesn't exist, and all kinds of things can happen in your life and in the world and the way you view things. And there's an amazing Jewish philosopher who said the second you start to define God, you already limit God. God is understandable in some ways by humanity, and so the second we try and grapple with it, we're already limiting what God is. So I think that there's an unfolding understanding of God as you change and as the world changes, and all we can do as human beings is to approach it from where we are and from our understanding and what we know in that moment.
Before we come to our questioner down the front who had his hand up, Richard, do you regard that as just clever sophistry?
I was wondering what on earth it meant, I must say.
I prefer clever sophistry myself.
Okay, we did have a question down the front here, and I'm going to go to you. You had your hand up.
Yes, my question's for Professor Dawkins. Given that your previous role at Oxford University was about, propagating the knowledge of science to the public, which I think you've done excellently with, The Greatest Show on Earth, and also the BBC documentary that you did where you, expose the stupidity of homeopathy and so-called Eastern medicine. Don't you think it would have been prudent to stick on that sort of line as opposed to driving a wedge between religious people and science? I mean, in my opinion, what you've sort of done, probably inadvertently, is create a situation whereby people like Steve, who are actually in control of, whether our country has an emissions trading scheme, believing in climate change or not, have to question science over their faith. Wouldn't it be better to separate the two issues completely and just say, this is science, this is evidence, go out and make the best decisions that you can based on fact, and what you, believe in your own personal life should be completely separate?
It's a familiar line of argument, and I've met it often. I think that wasn't supposed to be put down. It's a genuinely difficult question. It's a question of political expediency. The implication of your question is that there's something about religion which is personal and which doesn't have any bearing, that evidence doesn't have any bearing upon it. Now, as a scientist, I care passionately about the truth. I think that the existence of a supreme being, a supernatural supreme being, is a scientific issue. Either there is a God or there isn't. Either there are gods or there are no gods. That is a...
Is that something really relevant for...
Yes, because it's a supremely important scientific question. If the universe was created by an intelligence, then we are looking at an entirely different kind of scientific theory from if the universe came into existence by natural means. If God or gods had something to do with the creation of life, then we're looking at a totally different kind of biology. So I think you can't just say religion and science have nothing to do with each other. Science can get on, and you let people have their own religious. Of course, you let people believe whatever they like, but you cannot say that science and religion are completely separate, because religion makes scientific claims. It certainly makes scientific claims about miracles, as I mentioned before, and you cannot reconcile an authentic approach to science with a belief in miracles, or I suspect with a belief in supernatural creation. At least, the very least you should say is that this is a scientific question.
Okay, I know. I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there because we have lots of questions. You're watching Q&A. Remember, you can send us your web or
Michael
video
or I say
questions
something
on our
derogatory about
website.
Islam or Christianity, which seems possible. The response from the other side shouldn't mention quantum mechanics. And it shouldn't reference a notion of God that is so denuded of doctrine as to more or less be synonymous with pure mystery or pure information or pure energy or pure anything. So I wanted to plant a flag there where you all can see it. Because the God that our neighbors believe in is essentially an invisible person. He is a creator deity who created the universe to have a relationship with one species of primate. Lucky us. and he's got galaxy upon galaxy to attend to, but he's especially concerned with what we do, and he's especially concerned with what we do while naked. And he almost certainly disapproves of homosexuality, and he's created this cosmos as a vast laboratory in which to test our powers of credulity. And the test is this: can you believe in this God on bad evidence, which is to say on faith? And if you can, you will win an eternity of happiness after you die.
I think I want to say something, address something that Sam Harris said. He said God is very concerned about what we're doing naked. Well, what we're doing naked is the very mechanics of creation. So we don't have to be embarrassed about sometimes, at least now, yes, sometimes. Okay, what's scientific proof? I think science is, and again, in deference to Sam Harris, he said, don't go the way of quantum physics. I think I'm going to have to say that science is now in a process of overthrowing the climactic overthrow of the superstition of materialism. That everything that we call matter comes from something that is not material. That the essential nature of the physical world is that it's not physical. That the essential stuff of the universe is non-stuff. Call it what you will. And science also tells us, and if there are any scientists who want to disagree with them, please come up during the question and answer session. Science tells us that nature is a discontinuity, that it's an on-off phenomenon, that there are gaps between every two ons, where you find a field of possibilities, a field of pure potentiality. Science doesn't call it God, but what is God if not the immeasurable potential of all that was, all that is, and all that will be? Science also tells us that this is a field of non-locality, where everything is correlated with everything else. My adversaries are going to point out, no, everything, God is explained by neurology. Well, I hope today, Michael, that you will convert from a skeptic to a neuroskeptic, because your science is really frozen in the dungeons of conservatism and in the dungeons of orthodoxy. Today, science tells us that the essential nature of reality is non-local correlation. Everything is connected to everything else. That there's hidden creativity. There are quantum leaps of creativity. That there's something called the observer effect, where intention orchestrates space-time events, which we then measure as movement and motion and energy and matter. And addressing Sam, we can have a personal relationship with this intelligence, because we have a consciousness that is part of the sea of consciousness. Rumi, the great Sufi poet, said, you're not just a drop in the ocean, you're the mighty ocean in the drop. And all you have to do is understand the principles of science and understand that you have within you the resources to intuitively grasp this mystery. But one of the things we have to do today, my friends at Caltech, you have given us this opportunity that you have to stop being the jihadists and the Vatican of conservative and orthodox science, which is not relevant anymore.
Did you hear anything in there that convinces you? You asked Dan what I meant by woo-woo. That is the very embodiment of woo-woo. He said, stringing together at a rapid patter of a bunch of scientific sounding words sprinkled in with some spiritual new age words doesn't mean anything.
I hope that
hang on,
scientists
Deepak.
here in this audience,
And by the way, scientists are not jihadists here. This is Caltech. We're not jihadists. That was really very unspiritual of you, very un-Deepak of you to say that.
Well, you bring out the worst of me.
Maybe you need to meditate a little bit there. I mean, just take one example of this non-local quantum effects. We're all connected. No, this is not true. When quantum physicists talk about non-locality and the interconnectedness of things, they're talking about things at the quantum level.
Wait, well, let me just stop you for a second, because I will play the dummy tonight because it's not a hard role for me to assume. What does non-local mean? I mean, I kind of understand what quantum physics means, but just give it to me really simple.
Okay. There's this very simple two-slit experiment where you fire these photons through, and if you just had two streams of light, they form a little interference wave pattern, like throwing two rocks in a pond. Okay, and so it. Yeah, you want to interrupt?
He's getting into the woo now.
No. This he means by non-local. What he means by non-local is that everything in the universe is interconnected, and it just is not true. It just isn't. And there's no reason to think that it's active at the level of the brain. The non-locality is a principle that is working. Hold on, Deepak, you spoke for quite some time. The deeper point to make here, and what is...
But I want to address that brain thing that you just said.
Okay, you might not have to, because the deeper point here, and this is where the whole style and content of what you're saying is so deeply unscientific, is that there's not a physicist sitting on this stage right now. Okay, I would never be tempted to lecture a room full of 1,000 people at Caltech about physics. I'm not a physicist. You're not a physicist. And basically every sentence demonstrates that you speak on the subject. Now please don't take this as ad hominem. I mean, I'm talking about specifically what you said. But what you do, and what many people who try to invoke spooky physics do in the service of propping up their religious and New Age intuitions, is that they think that because what you're saying, because quantum mechanics is spooky and difficult to understand, and because what you're saying is spooky and difficult to understand, they must somehow be related, or they must somehow be mutually supportive. And that's fundamentally not true. They are arrived at by completely different methodologies and ways of thinking and criteria of discursive evidence. What a mystic, I've studied with great mystics. I've met great meditation masters who've spent 20 years in caves perfecting the kinds of techniques of meditation that you would adopt or recommend. They don't know a damn thing about physics. And they're not interested, for the most part, in physics. I mean, there's nothing about sitting in a cave and granted, having incredibly useful and even normative experiences and transforming your way of life and transforming your moment-to-moment perception of the world. There's nothing about that project that makes you a theoretical physicist. And so these are completely different language games. They're completely, and you have just merged them together in a very unprincipled way. And
Well, no, I take resentment at your questioning my scientific credentials. In fact, if anyone on this stage is more scientifically credentialed, it's me. I took physics, chemistry, biology. I'm an MD. I'm a neuroendocrinologist. And I want to object to your saying that brain does not obey non-locality. You know, when you're thinking right now, 100 trillion neurons. I just want to quote from Einstein, "Science without religion is lame, religion without science is blind." From Stephen Hawking, "It would be very difficult to explain why the universe would have begun in just this way, except as the act of a God who intended to create beings like us."
But Hawking's an atheist.
Please,
this is a direct quote.
So what? He has stated, Hawking has stated on this very stage, he does not believe in God.
Well, he doesn't believe in the dead white male that you're talking about, the straw man that you have put up, or the mythical God that Sam Harris is talking about.
The God you put up is a meaningless, non-local God.
No, I just said this is also the God that gives us inspiration, insight, creativity, free will, conscious choice making, imagination. Are your neurons doing that, or are you doing that?
It's just a point of process here.
Well,
could you
then you're a
could you
zombie.
dial it down just a little bit?
First of all, I invite everyone to look up that Einstein quote in Ideas and Opinions. Read it in context. It'll be absolutely obvious. It can't be pressed into the service that you just witnessed. Einstein complained about this treatment of his metaphorical use of the word God and the few things he said about religion. And you can look that up in Richard Dawkins' book. This is a game, and it's a game that is designed for export to people who don't know much science and don't know how science is done. And you missed the point. I wasn't criticizing your scientific credentials. You're an endocrinologist. You're an MD. You're not a theoretical physicist. The way science is done is
I invite theoretical physicists in this audience to actually address these questions.
Okay, so a theoretical physicist will be comfortable talking with real confidence in a very narrow band of his expertise, and he will be exquisitely sensitive to the fact that when he's in a room like this, or she, sorry. I'll just proceed with he, just for simplicity's sake here. He will be exquisitely sensitive to the fact that whenever he opens his mouth in a room like this, he is guaranteed to be speaking in front of half a dozen people who know more on any given issue than he does. The great irony of the popular conception of science as arrogant is that when you go to a scientific meeting, you don't see arrogance. I mean, you're about as likely to see real arrogance as you're likely to see nudity at a scientific conference. I mean, this is people are constantly offering caveats and hedges toward what they say. Every statement is couched in, I'm sure there's someone in the room who knows more about this than me, but because everyone is desperate to avoid public embarrassment. Now, this seems to be something you're not doing.
If I was worried about being embarrassed, I wouldn't be actually influencing the people that I'm influencing. And I can also say something right now is that I agree that, science is about a very specific methodology. But for people like Michael, not you so much, but people like Michael, to take all of inner experience, all of the rich inner experience, and try to codify it in a graph with data is absurd.
As opposed to what? Just calling it fuzzy words? How does that help us understand
That's such an out, Michael. That's such an out.
Use
the words fuzzy, use the words woo-woo, and you're out of the argument.
I'll give you a technical explanation. When you talk about the observer effect and the uncertainty principle, this is how subatomic particles are altered by looking at them, by bombarding them with light, for example, because they're so small. And so you look at it or you don't look at it, and that changes the nature of what you're looking at. But the moon is really there whether you look at it or not. It doesn't apply to the macro world.
In the absence of a conscious entity, the moon remains a radically ambiguous and ceaselessly flowing quantum soup.
Deepak,
that you have to have a conscious being.
The moon?
Yes.
Okay, listen.
Bravo. De verdad es un honor tener estas mentes en... Es galardonado, además, fue galardonado con la medalla de plata de la Sociedad Zoológica. Para lograr este encuentro tuvimos muchas reuniones en Londres, telefónicas, desde San Diego, que el señor profesor Dr. Richard Dawkins le haga la primera pregunta. Believe that religion is bad for humanity. ¿Quiénes creen que la religión is good for humanity? O todos piensan igual y están muy confundidos o está exactamente.
But that individual organisms, nematode worms, birds, kangaroos, anything you like, behaves as if they have a purpose.
You described apparent sentience on the part of worms. They react to stimuli, they approach things. Individual organisms, animals, plants, bacteria, all behave as if they have a purpose. That's precisely the problem that Darwin solved. Why do living things look as though they've got a purpose? Darwin showed that.
What else can one believe in? ¿Alguna vez es suficiente simplemente no creer? ¿En qué más puede uno creer?
Let me see the question. I didn't hear it. Is it ever enough simply not to believe? What else can one believe in?
Please.
Okay, so let me start out by saying that, in my opinion, all belief is a cover-up for insecurity. All belief. If I asked you, do you believe in electricity or gravity, you would find that a ridiculous question. So I'm not here to convince you that you should believe in anything, especially the supernatural. I'm here to ask you the most fundamental question that was posed earlier. Does the universe have a purpose? And there are two ways of looking at it. If you look at it from the top down, from the point of view of biological organisms, it looks like biological organisms are purpose-driven. Even a nematode or a small microorganism has some kind of sentience. It senses the environment, it processes it, it gets away from predators.
How can smart people
looks for food?
How can they believe in the talking snake and people live to 900 years old and the
It's the same fairy tale. Frog turns to prince.
then needed to rest? I love that.
The planet is only 3.8 billion.
So, to me, biological organisms are purpose-driven. There's no question. In the human nervous system, that takes on questions like, do I have a soul? Does God exist? What is the meaning of life? Why is there a universe? Why is there awareness? Is there truth, goodness, beauty, harmony? Is evolution merely random mutations and natural selection? Or could there be other factors? Could it be guided by awareness and behavior? These questions occur to human beings. But I would say all organisms are purpose-driven. Now, when you look at this from the bottom up, from the point of view of individual particles coming out of the so-called quantum vacuum, there seems to be no purpose. It seems to be totally random for the individual particles that emerge from the infinite void, you might say, purposely, without purpose. But when you look at the sum total of their activity, you have a universe. You have constants that fine-tune the universe to be what it is. You have precise laws of nature which make sense to a rational human being. So I think even from the bottom up, I'm compelled to say that there's an organizing intelligence, there's a deeper consciousness that throws out this universe at the speed of light.
Sorry,
from nothing.
Dr. Chopra. Time is over. Thank you very much. Un aplauso, por favor. So now,
there is no question but that...
You have 90 seconds, please.
There is no
90 segundos en el reloj.
There is no question, of course, but that individual organisms, nematode worms, birds, kangaroos, anything you like, behaves as if they have a purpose. You described apparent sentience on the part of worms. They react to stimuli, they approach things. Individual organisms, animals, plants, bacteria, all behave as if they have a purpose.
That's precisely the problem that Darwin solved. Why do living things look as though they've got a purpose? Darwin showed showed the answer to that problem was evolution by natural selection. But that's a very, very different matter from saying that the universe has a purpose. This is a complete confusion of scale. Individual organisms have a purpose for reasons we understand very well, Darwinian reasons, but that is 100 miles, 1,000,000 miles from saying that something like the universe has a purpose. Purpose came into the universe late. It came into the universe late after the Darwinian process had got going, had produced nervous systems, had produced brains. Brains are things that have purposes. Brains have purposes. Brains, in the case of human brains, make machines which also have purposes. But that's the correct understanding of purpose. To push purpose back to the universe itself is to make a complete confusion.
You have, Deepak, 60 seconds.
I think the confusion is because Dr. Dawkins looks at biological organisms as separate from the universe and not as activities of the universe. You and I right now are an activity of the universe. And as an activity of the universe, we are expressing purpose. But Dr. Dawkins did not address why the universe is fine-tuned so that we can have this conversation. Why are the laws so rational? What is the origin of these laws? To bypass that, we would have to propose 10 to the power of 500 universes that randomly arise from nothing. Not only is the universe arising from nothing, but this nothing seems to be the womb of creation, where nature goes to the same place to create a galaxy of stars or an electrochemical impulse in your own neural networks.
Thank you very much. We have two options. One is now we take another ball and now you make him a question, or we give each of you 1 more minute to keep talking in depth about this important concern. Would you rather that?
Yeah.
Por favor, pongan otra vez. You will have 3 minutes and you 3 minutes, okay? Por favor, 3 minutos, please.
The issue of the fine-tuning of the universe, of course, is a completely different one, and it's a very interesting one which we can talk about. However, that was not what you were originally talking about. You were originally talking about the apparent purposefulness of living organisms, which is striking. I mean, it's a very, very important aspect of living things. That's why we needed Darwin to explain it. Darwin did explain it. Darwin explained how, starting with no purpose at all, nothing that you could call purpose, the laws of physics, working through this remarkable process called evolution by natural selection, gave rise to cells, to nerve cells, to nervous systems, to brains, to the illusion of purpose. Well, indeed, the very genuine purpose, because in living things, purpose is a very genuine phenomenon. We understand how it happened. It happened because of evolution. Now, to go back to the universe is another matter entirely. And now you've changed the subject and talked about the alleged fine-tuning of the universe, which is a very important and interesting question, one that is the province of physics. You and I are both biologists, not physicists, but we can have a go at talking about it. Some physicists have alleged that the fundamental constants of the universe are very fine-tuned, such that if any of them were any different, the universe would not come into being the way that it is, and we wouldn't have stars, we wouldn't have galaxies, we wouldn't have chemistry, we wouldn't have life, and we wouldn't have us. Some physicists dispute the alleged fine-tuning. Other physicists say that we don't yet understand enough about physics in order to know where those fundamental constants come from. Yet other physicists still talk about a multiverse in which there's a very large number of universes, and most of those universes do not have the physical constants tuned in order to give rise to us, but a tiny minority do, and by the anthropic principle, we clearly have to be in one of those universes that does have those properties. 3 minutes is an absurdly short time in which to talk about this, and it wasn't the original question, but perhaps we can come back to it on with a later discussion.
Muchas gracias. Dr.
time do I have?
Chopra, he just want to use 2 minutes. You have 3 minutes like he had.
Okay.
Whatever you want.
So, Dr. Dawkins, you and I are both have biological backgrounds, and we have both dabbled a little bit in quantum physics. I have to say that my current book is co-authored by a chaired professor in genetics and neuroscience at Harvard. I am writing and have papers accepted in professional journals on quantum biology and neuroscience, and I can give you the citations later. But there's a school of scientists who believe that if you look across the universe, it shows the following properties: sentience at all levels. By sentience, I mean the ability to sense information, process it, and come up with an intelligent response. Complementarity at all levels, which means that the universe is empirical, but most of it is actually non-empirical, non-observable. It is wave-like, when you don't know where these waves are. They'd have no units of mass and energy, and it is particle-like, which have units of mass and energy. So it gets weird at this level, but it also seems to be self-organizing. It seems to be self-regulating. It seems to be self-evolving. It's an evolution. Of course, I'm not arguing with you that Darwin is right or wrong. I think Darwin made the most major contribution that we can have to our understanding of the evolution of species. But that's not the question. The question is, does evolution itself have a purpose? And I think, yes, evolution has a purpose. It's evolution itself. Evolution is guided by awareness, by consciousness, and the purpose of evolution is maximum diversity, because that's what we see in the universe. And what we experience as perceptual phenomena are not fundamental reality at all, because every species has its own perceptual experience of the universe. These scientists that I work with say that awareness is a singularity, perceptual experiences are many, and the evolution of species is actually the evolution of consciousness to express itself as multiple observers, multiple modes of observation, and multiple objects of observation. We are the eyes of the universe looking at itself. This brain is the observation deck for the universe to experience itself. That's the purpose.
The scientists that I respect are scientists who work hard to be understood, to use language clearly, to use words correctly, and to understand what is going on. We have been subjected to a kind of word salad of scientific jargon used out of context with inappropriately, apparently uncomprehendingly. There is a deep confusion going on here between the properties of things within the universe and the properties of the universe itself. It is one thing to say that the universe contains objects that have sentience and the various other properties that you mentioned. Of course it contains objects that have sentience. We are among those objects. So are dogs. So are chimpanzees. The universe contains sentience. The universe is not sentient. This is the one thing, Deepak, you seem not to understand. You're constantly confusing explanations at the level of what goes on inside the universe with the universe itself. It's not enough to say the universe contains sentience, contains purpose, etc., and say, therefore, the universe is sentient, the universe is purposeful. Evolution, you say, has a purpose, diversity, because what we see is diversity. Of course what we see is diversity. That's the consequence of evolution. But you mistake when you think that evolution is driven towards it.
Time is over.
How
Un
much
applauso.
time do I have to respond? How
Sure.
much time? So,
1:30 minutes and we,
How much?
please, 1:30. It's your turn.
So, Dr. Dawkins, I would like to remind you that ad hominem is a logical fallacy, and that's Science 101. You should know that.
Ad hominem means talking about a
This is
person
my
as an
turn
individual.
to speak, sir. Okay? You accused me of jargon. You accused me of misusing language. How many people understood what I was saying?
You're lying.
Okay? Now, I just came back from a conference on science and non-duality where there were over 300 scientists, biologists, neuroscientists, etc., who totally get this language. So just because it sounds like jargon to you doesn't mean it's jargon. You know, when a doctor speaks to a patient, the patient thinks the doctor is speaking jargon. When a mathematician speaks to people who are not mathematicians, this is an evolving science, sir. We do not know the answers to the two most fundamental questions of existence. Number one, what is the stuff of the universe? We don't know. 96% is dark energy and dark matter. Of the 4% that's atomic, 99% of that is invisible hydrogen and helium. And we don't know why there is awareness. The two most fundamental questions of our existence.
Please. Of course, we don't know about dark matter, dark energy. That's why we need more science and better science in order to solve that. You've changed the subject yet again. Let's talk about sentience. You say the universe has sentience. The universe doesn't have sentience. Things in the universe have sentience. Why do you confuse this audience by saying the universe has sentience?
Can you tell me what the composition of the universe is?
That wasn't the question.
No, because you're talking things, right? Things are basically the atomic universe is stardust, and stardust has sentience in you and me. According to people like Freeman Dyson, even atoms have sentience.
Atoms have no sentience.
You disagree with Freeman Dyson?
Yeah, if that's what he says, which I doubt, I disagree with him. Atoms do not have sentience. Atoms contribute to making brains. Brains have sentience. You need a highly complicated organization. It's a fundamental error to say that because a complicated thing has a quality like sentience, musicality, mathematical ability, and is made of atoms, therefore the atoms have sentience, musical ability, mathematical ability, etc. They do not. Atoms have to be arranged in complicated organizations, complicated structures interacting with each other, and then you will get emergent properties such as sentience, such as poetry, such as mathematical ability, such as spirituality. These things do not inhere in the atoms themselves, or if they do, you've got a hard job to prove it.
You have a hard job to prove it. Can you prove it?
I'm sure you're aware of the hard problem of consciousness. I'm sure you're aware that we have no science that tells us why we have any experience, whether it's mental, subjective, or it's an experience of the objective world. How photons coming and hitting our retina create the experience of a three-dimensional reality in space and time. This is the hard problem. It's the most fundamental problem in science. First, what is the stuff of the universe? And second, why is there awareness of the universe? Is awareness of the universe and the universe the same thing? Because if there was a universe outside of your awareness for all practical purposes, you would never know it. So to say that sentience is an emergent property is assuming that only brains produce consciousness, whereas in fact, even a single fertilized cell, when you were conceived, was fully alive, was fully aware, and did not have a brain. It was present, it was aware, and it differentiated into trillions of cells, more than all the stars in the Milky Way galaxy to create who you are. So to say that sentience requires an emergence through evolution, instead of saying that actually evolution could be driven by consciousness, these are the questions that some people are asking. And if you propose that sentience is an emergent property, then answer to me why there is no science that can actually give us an explanation to the two most fundamental questions of our existence. What is the nature of the universe? What's it made up of? And why is there sentience? Why is there sentience? You know, we talk about sentience as not just human sentience, which is, of course, you know, an evolutionary process, but sentience came from sentience.
Have you seriously...
Evolution does not explain the origin of life. It only explains the transformation of species.
Yes, you change the subject again.
You will have 1 minute and 1 minute, and we will finish with this topic of the universe. And
have you seriously just said that a single cell has consciousness?
A single cell has awareness.
What do you mean by that?
That it has the ability to respond to its environment.
Of course it has the ability to respond to its environment. That is not consciousness.
So you said a while ago, atoms get together to create complexity. How do they get together?
By processes which are well understood by
a process which is random or intelligent?
Not intelligence.
Okay.
By the processes of embryology put together by the processes of evolution. You cannot seriously sit there and say that the hard problem of consciousness, and it is a very hard problem, is solved by saying that a single cell has consciousness.
A single cell has sentience in the fact that it can respond to its environment and express its biological autonomy.
But, okay, just 1 second, please. Un segundo, por favor. I think we're in a little loop because we cannot prove either things.
You know, I want to nail this. I want to nail this. This gets to the root of the problem.
It does.
Consciousness is something very, very complicated. Of course, we don't understand it. That's why it's called the hard problem. It's something that happens when brains reach a certain level of complexity. Now, a single cell, a single neuron, a single amoeba, a single cell, a thermostat even, has sentience in your sense. But that is nothing to do with...
Has the ability to take in information, process information, and respond with autonomy. That is sentience.
That's trivial. That's utterly trivial.
You're confusing perception with awareness. Perception is not fundamental reality. If there was an insect with 100 eyes looking at me, it wouldn't experience the same me as you are. So perception is a species-specific and culture-specific experience in consciousness. It has nothing to do with fundamental reality, the awareness that differentiates into what we call, in us anyway, cognition, perception, imagination, insight, intuition, creativity, choice, freedom, the desire for meaning, purpose. All of that are expressions of awareness as consciousness and influence everything that we experience in life.
You think a single cell has that? And you think a single cell
has a rudimentary form of awareness.
Do you think an atom has that?
Sorry?
Do you think an atom has that?
According to Freeman Dyson, yes.
Freeman Dyson says an atom has awareness.
Yes, sir. Check it out.
Señoras y señores, un aplauso para los dos. ¡Qué extraordinario!
Also,
Keep back 1 second, please. At the end, the problem is that we cannot prove it very well, and we'll talk about it in that. But just 1 second. Changing a little bit about the topic, the second box of our dialogue has to do with science. I've been very surprised that you, for example, you mentioned, well, both of us, we share the same background in biology, in medicine, in science. The question is, how come that you share the same scientific background, and you differ so much. My question is, are there two types of science, or he went to a school that it was not really a very good school, or you went to the wrong school, or what's going on here? Or there is a physics quantics for you and for... Please explain me, how could you share this background?
Would you like to go first, or you want me to go first?
3 minutos, por favor.
My attitude to science is that we are fundamentally trying to understand how things work. Science is very difficult. It's very difficult to understand how things work. The hard problem of consciousness has been mentioned, the problem of the origin of the universe, the problem of the origin of life, the problem of how life has this uncanny appearance of being designed, the size of the universe, the scale of the universe, how embryology works. These are all deeply difficult questions. They require hard scientific work. And in all cases, I think I'm right in saying that scientific work consists of explaining complicated things in terms of the interactions of their parts or of simpler things. So we always try to explain complex things in terms of simpler things. We do not resort to magical language. We do not snow our audience with highfalutin sounding words that don't actually mean anything. We use words that actually have meaning. We use expressions that can be tested. We work hard at understanding the universe in terms of its component parts. We don't invent superarching entities which have no explanation in themselves. We don't invoke ideas like the universe has consciousness, the universe has awareness, atoms have awareness. If we have a difficult problem like awareness, we explain it in terms of the interactions between small parts working together in ways that scientists understand. If Freeman Dyson ever said atoms are aware, then he's wrong. I don't think he said it. I think he should sue you.
Wow. 3 minutos. 3 minutes.
Ad hominem is a logical fallacy, science 101. I'm not going to resort to the tactics that you use, sir. Friedman Dyson said it, and so did Schrödinger say that consciousness is in the universe. Max Planck said that mind is the matrix of matter. I could go on and on about the pioneers of the early physics, the quantum physics, who were compelled to include consciousness as a fundamental aspect of reality. Consciousness is the white elephant in the room. You require consciousness to come up with a theory. You require consciousness to design an experiment. You require consciousness to make an observation. Science is the offspring of consciousness. It is the product of consciousness. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say here is very clearly that there's no argument about the fact that evolutionary biology explains everything about the species going from one species to another. But if you want to understand science in its totality, you have to bring consciousness into the equation, because as we currently practice science, it's based on what we call a subject-object split. There's an observer involved in every observation. Science doesn't ask who the observer is, who's the observing self, where is the observing self. But in the absence of the observing self, there wouldn't be any observation and there wouldn't be any science. The observing self cannot be glimpsed by biology because it happens to be the observer. The observer cannot be observed. And that's where spirituality comes in. If you define spirituality as self-awareness, only consciousness can know consciousness. Only consciousness can explain consciousness. Only consciousness can understand consciousness. Any scientific understanding of consciousness through looking at the brain is at best inferential. You're looking at correlations of experiences in consciousness through objective means. So I think science is incomplete as a way of understanding fundamental reality. It's based on a fragmented view of reality. subject-object split. Nature is one. The universe includes observers, modes of observation, and objects that are observed. So science, because it's fragmented, like religion, which has been fragmented, is capable of creating diabolical technologies. Everything that is wrong today in the world, everything that is wrong today in the world, from global warming to biological warfare to mechanized death to eco-destruction to the extinction of species, is because science has evolved without the evolution of spirituality.
Thank you.
Science, spirituality,
Okay,
science
now, okay. Well, I will have a few questions from. Please.
I shall not make an argument ad hominem. My argument is ad bullshitem.
Okay, you're violating all the rules of logic.
Of course, we need to understand consciousness. Of course, consciousness is vital to everything we do. Consciousness is something we are all aware of, is something profoundly difficult to understand. It's something that science desperately needs to understand. That we can surely agree upon. That does not mean the universe is conscious. That does not mean any of the things you've just said. It means that consciousness is a subject which is worthy of scientific exploration, proper scientific exploration, which means understanding consciousness in terms of nervous systems, possibly in the future in terms of computers, because it's conceivable that computing machines may reach the stage of complexity and organization that they too will experience subjective consciousness. But whatever experiences subjective consciousness is going to be complicated, is going to be a very large organization of lots of small parts interacting together in very complex ways. An atom will never be conscious, nor will a single cell.
So may I ask you a question? Have you ever engaged in self-reflection or self-awareness? Have you ever experienced transcendence? Have you ever questioned if perceptual reality is different from fundamental reality? Have you ever questioned the idea that science does not examine reality but creates models of reality? Have you ever thought that if computers will explain consciousness, have you ever thought who will design those computers and where will those computers be conceived and constructed? If you have never experienced a fundamental, unique experience that has existed throughout history, through antiquity, it's called transcendence. It's experiencing the self. And it's the knowingness that the self of the individual is the self of the universe. I'm not talking this, creating this language by myself. This is the perennial philosophy that Aldous Huxley spoke about. It's what Gottfried Leibniz spoke about, the sages of the Upanishads spoke about, the transcendentalists like Emerson and Thoreau spoke about. But if you have never had the experience of what people call non-symbolic awareness,
we'll have your question.
you have no
What
right
about
to comment on science being a complete
Deepak,
way to understand reality.
Okay, the question is then.
I have experienced plenty of things which could be called transcendental. I've experienced the feeling of almost mystical wonder that I get when I look up at the stars, look up at the Milky Way, contemplate the galaxies receding from us, listen to a Schubert quintet, read a sonnet of Shakespeare. These are all things which only a human mind is capable of doing.
So may I ask you?
Only a human mind is capable of doing that. And a human mind is capable of doing those things because the human mind has been put together in the brain as a highly complicated organization that has evolved over some 4 billion years of evolution, putting together nervous systems. It is a stunning achievement of evolution to have put together the human brain that is capable of being moved by such things. I yield to no one in my capacity to be moved by what you call the transcendental. What I do not do, however, is to indulge in mystical nonsense about it being there before there were brains or the equivalent of brains.
Well, Okay, now, 1 second.
I want to ask him
You
one
have the question.
Okay,
You,
so I'm gonna.
okay.
I understand that you've had those wonderful experiences. Have you had the experience of gratitude? Have you experienced epistemological humility? Have you experienced reverence for life and for existence? And if so, was it your neural networks manufacturing those experiences, neurochemicals manufacturing their experiences, or was there a deeper, intelligent, organizing consciousness that was influencing the behavior of those neural networks?
How much deeper do you want? How much deeper do you want?
Answer me, sir. Have you experienced reverence?
You have asked me, have I experienced gratitude? I experience gratitude to nothing in particular, but I feel gratitude. I feel all those things that you say. And I do not yield to you in my feeling of the depth of which it is, the depth of understanding that we have yet to fathom, yet to plumb, in order to understand what's going on inside the human brain.
Who's
boggles my mind.
Who's we?
The scientific community.
The scientific community. Yes. Driven by mechanistic neural networks and chemicals?
Yes, and let's belittle mechanistic neural networks and chemicals. They are very, very
tell me how they produce consciousness.
I don't know. That's why we're working on it. You don't know either.
No, wait. You say you don't know, but you totally dismiss mystical experiences or experiences that have existed for thousands of years, subjective, but nevertheless symbolically present in every tradition of the world, where people have experienced what I would call non-symbolic awareness, non-dual awareness, subject-object confluence, unity consciousness. You totally dismiss this because it doesn't fit your scientific worldview.
I don't dismiss it for one moment. I don't dismiss it. I want to explain it.
Who wants to explain it?
Just let him finish.
I want to explain these experiences.
Who's I?
I want science to explain it.
When you say I, who do you mean by I?
Science, in this case.
So I is science.
No. That's just a dishonest. That's dishonest.
It's.
Please. I, as a scientist, want the scientific community to understand these wonderful experiences that mystics throughout the ages have experienced, and I believe that I've experienced something similar. I believe that you have experienced something similar. They need explaining, and they will be explained, if ever, in terms of brains.
That's a promissory note.
It is.
In this economy, don't trust a promissory note.
It is a promissory note.
And then
nothing to be ashamed of.
So you have extreme confidence in the way we do science. You're not open to a consciousness-driven science, a consciousness-based science.
I don't know what that would even mean.
An observer-based science.
Observer-based science is another matter, of course. Science is necessarily observer-based.
Well, observer is consciousness.
We need to...
Isn't the observer...
You don't have a monopoly of consciousness. We all have consciousness.
Okay.
We're trying to explain.
Un aplauso para los dos. Wow. Vamos a ir a otro tema. We're going to another topic. We have talked a lot about consciousness. Now I would like to ask you, Deepak, and then Richard. We have been talking a lot about, in Mexico and many places, that if we assume that there is this consciousness, we can work with this energy. And we have written a lot of books about it. And that you could actually attract things or make things happen. And there is a purpose, but there is also an intention. So my questions to you, and then I will make a question to Dr. Dawkins, is if you can really make this change and this energy to have a direction, what is the problem with this energy that you are not attracting to make things happen the way you understand the world, because there is a way to do it?
we are all conditioned by the hypnosis of our childhood and conditioned by society, by ideologies, by religion. I would ask, what's the okay? Do you believe in free will, sir?
I think free will is a very persuasive illusion. I'm very pleased to have that illusion. I behave and feel as if I
Well,
have
then
free
we
will.
might as well stop the debate. None of us has free will or the ability to make a choice right now. I do believe that your intentions trigger behavior, trigger neural networks to act in a certain way, activate genes that are activated as a result of your emotional experiences. So I believe that intention triggers neural networks and then reinforces them if you reinforce the intention, what we call habit, to create what is called long-term potentiation, and that then your behavior influences the activity of your genes to reinforce that behavior. So the fact is that you won't change anybody's mind here after the debate. In fact, those people who agree with Dr. Dawkins will go back stronger in their belief. Okay, and those people who agree with me will go back stronger. We're not going to change your minds because we're all bamboozled by our conditioning to begin with.
Well, that can we prove it? That can we prove it? We will see. Dr. Dawkins, how could you explain that so many people follow his ideas? I know that it's very frustrated for you. I can feel it. The way that our brain works and how difficult it is. The question that I make you, how do you explain people, not everybody, probably not even most, but how many millions of people follows and believe what you think it's really bullshit?
I don't know. I mean,
Un aplauso para los dos, gran evento. Señoras y señores, ¿cómo vamos de tiempo?
By the way,
we have 5 minutes. So please, I would love to have more time, but we have another debate. Okay, we will have 10 minutes. So, okay, we will have the whole year here. No, yes. Okay,
by the way,
please.
Bullshit recycles as life.
I didn't hear that. What is it?
Bullshit recycles.
In India, we call it cow shit. That's where we call the cows.
Vamos a tener 10 minutos, tenemos otro debate. Les quiero preguntar, por favor, vamos a probar la hipótesis, que es además de un biólogo, que acaba de decir Deepak. Who will prove his hypothesis? Who have changed? ¿Quién ha cambiado? Pero sean honestos, no por darle lugar a uno o al otro. ¿Quién antes del debate pensaba como Deepak o como Richard, pero después de esto cambió de opinión? Griten, yo cambié, yo. Well, there are few people. Okay. You have to ask him just one question, and we will talk 5 minutes in each of those topics, and the debate will be over. Okay?
So he asked the question.
It's your turn, please. Or would you rather that we have another? You have a question from your own, please.
Still learning my way around this. Okay, this is a quote from Deepak. It's an interesting one. Evolution doesn't simply, this is from your book with Mlodinow. Evolution doesn't simply scramble old ingredients into new forms, nor does it just turn small clumps of matter into bigger clumps. Instead, evolution makes lumps of creativity.
Angel!
These happen in quantum form. That is, there is a sudden emergence of a property that never existed before. Quantum, there's a little gap there then, quantum leaps dominate in creation everywhere we look, but especially in the startling, beautiful novelty of life forms on Earth. The cosmos is ruled by creativity. Now, neither of us are physicists, so neither of us actually know much about quantum theory, but we are biologists, and you have used the jargon of quantum theory there, to apply to evolution as though evolution
it takes quantum leaps, or what do you mean by that?
The emergence of language, for example, from no language at all, is a quantum leap. Okay, the emergence of organisms, the transition of organisms where you do not actually see continuity, is a quantum leap. Quantum leaps are happening in consciousness and biology all the time. Right now I'm wearing biosensors, by the way, and these are measuring things like blood pressure, skin resistance, all kinds of things. This information can be transmitted to an iPhone and goes to a computer and scripts where we are doing digital monitoring of consciousness, how it affects biology. Wait a minute. So if I said, I know his blood pressure is rising right now just by me saying these things. So this is right there, proof of the mind-body makes doing opiates. If the same person says, another person says, I love you, or the same person, and you're thinking of divorcing them, then you don't make dopamine, you make adrenaline and cortisol, and it happens instantly. There's a quantum shift in your biology just in the way you processed meaning. And there's no physical mechanism that explains how we process meaning in our lives. Only consciousness can process meaning. So when you say quantum leaps in evolution, one of the big problems in evolution right now, you will admit, is the missing gaps in the fossil record. Now, when I say that, evolutionary biologists will either snigger or raise their blood pressure, which he's doing right now. So, because they're so sure that evolution has only those two mechanisms, natural selection and random evolution. The current issue of the New Scientist has a feature article called Do Organisms Guide Their Own Evolution? And it talks about how phenotypes might drive the genetic expression, how use-dependent activation of genes will reinforce even the propagation of those genes through natural selection. The reporter who wrote the article, he called Dr. Dawkins, by the way, who was extremely dismissive of him. Do you remember him calling you?
Time is over. Otros 3 minutos. You have 3 minutes, Dr. Dawkins.
This really epitomizes the problem we're up against. You have used the word quantum leap in two totally different ways, and you've confused everybody, not everybody, I'm happy to say.
A quantum leap.
You have used the phrase quantum leap to apply to the origin of language and the origin of life and jumps in the fossil record. Now, this is a purely metaphorical usage of the term quantum leap. All you're using it for is a change that's occurred in the world for which we have as yet no explanation.
A change.
May I finish, please? On the other hand, you have used the word quantum in the proper physicist sense. You talked about digital information going to satellites and things like that. In that case, you were talking about quantum theory in the true sense of quantum mechanics. You are bamboozling people by using quantum in two completely different senses, giving them the impression that there's something about modern physics, something about the aspects of physics, which is relevant to things like the origin of language, or the origin of life, or breaks in the fossil record. Now, those three things, the origin of life, origin of language, breaks in the fossil record, are scientific problems. To the extent that we don't yet have the answer to them, we're still working on them. They have nothing whatsoever to do with quantum in the physicist sense.
He has 1 minute. You still have 1 Okay. It's your turn. 3 minutos, por favor.
There are several uses of the word quantum that are not restricted to a subatomic particle moving from one location to another location without going through the space between. That's what a leap is, a quantum leap in quantum physics. But the broader community uses quantum for any phenomenon, any space-time event that exists in one location in space or time and then exists in another location of space and time without going through the intervening space. It's called the discontinuity. And the use I've given it is a very broad use. Of course, Dr. Dawkins rightly claims that it is a metaphorical use, but he should understand that all science is metaphor anyway, to begin with. Nobody's actually, explained how a subatomic particle appears out of a non-empirical realm. And then when it's not being observed or it's not interacting with other particles, how does it go back? So yes, quantum leap has a much broader connotation, including if you watch Star Trek, when the captain says, "Beam me up, Scotty," and Scotty presses a button, and the captain disappears here and shows up there without going through the space in between. So I agree I've used it metaphorically, but in fact, all science is a metaphor.
Metaphors are extremely valuable. I use them myself all the time, but a good metaphor is one that clarifies and doesn't obscure.
For you, sir, it confuses you. Please, it's not confusing a lot of people out there. Please. Perhaps you should catch up.
You talked about the analogy being, in this case, going from one place to another without passing through the intermediates. That's a hell of a leap for you to make. When you talk about the origin of life, there is no such thing as not passing through the intermediate stages. There were intermediate stages. We just don't know what they were at present. That's a very different thing. In the case of gaps in the fossil record, the gaps in the fossil record apply quite simply because not everything fossilizes. It's rather a good thing it doesn't, otherwise we'd be snowed under with fossils. The origin of language, a mysterious and fascinating question. We don't know what the intermediate stages were, but we're absolutely sure there were intermediate stages. There were intermediate stages in all three cases. Now, it is true that in everyday language, in the English, we do use the phrase quantum leap to mean something rather vague, but we don't and me finds hard to understand.
Because I was coming here and because I've been heavily criticized by the mainstream scientific community for my book Quantum Healing, including by Dr. Dawkins, I just, out of curiosity this morning, went to Google to look at the reviews of quantum healing when it first appeared in 1988, and there's a really good review, guys, in the New England Journal of Medicine of that book. Okay, so again, Dr. Dawkins would like to check it out, just like he wants to check out Freeman Dyson, because it doesn't appear with his worldview. I have just had a big...
Very good. Very good.
accepted in a journal called Neuroquantology with 2 quantum physicists, including a chaired professor in a university in California. It's going to appear in December 25. I have written papers on quantum consciousness in the Journal of Cosmology, a special edition that was edited by Sir Roger Penrose. So, you know, I am not that loose with my language. I know when I use metaphor, and I know when I use it accurately.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you very much. Let me just share very few things with you. We have been, actually, we're almost running out of time. It's pretty interesting that in the side of science, we still have a lot of questions, and we know that we have to have a curious mind, think about it, but we don't have all the answers, and this is the scientific mind. In the other hand, as we can see with spirituality, probably in this side of the spectrum, he or somebody or many people have found or discovered many answers that scientists are still looking for. And probably the reference that Deepak put to support his work are the same that will support him or vice versa. And at the end will be a loop. And we have been talking around all this time into 2 big questions: the purpose of the universe, the awareness of the consciousness, the methodology that science uses, the methodology that spiritual people uses, and also we have talked about 2 kinds of sciences in a way. We share the same background, but we differ in all the results and the outcomes. The only question that we didn't answer, and we just have 2 minutes or 3, but I think it's also a very important topic for this day, it has to do with religion. And this will be the last opportunity to say something because it was part of the agreement. The big question was, is religion good or bad for humanity? And I know it's a very big question for 3 minutes to answer, but I don't want to leave this auditorium without having the chance to listen to your opinion. So we will begin with you. 3 minutes.
Is religion good or bad? It's neither, and it's both. Religion, like any institution, has succumbed to cronyism, power-mongering, influence peddling, corruption, bureaucracy, and all the things that happen with organizing any activity. Is it good? Well, people have had religious experiences throughout the ages, which include transcendence, epistemological humility, reverence, gratitude, the feeling and emergence of Platonic qualities like truth, goodness, beauty, harmony, understanding that there is evolution in the universe. These are, I think, religious experiences, and they have been there throughout history. There is also, through religious experience, a shift in identity from personal identity to a broader identity that allows those people who have that experience to overcome their fear of death, to lose their fear of death. And there is, again, what I said, this deep humility and gratitude and reverence for the mystery of our existence. That's the religious experience. Now, of course, it can be corrupted, and people go to war and kill each other and do all kinds of abysmal things in the name of God and the name of religion. But that doesn't mean that the religious experience itself is invalid. Does science have good or bad aspects to it? A fragmented science, in the absence of evolutionary changes in our spirit or consciousness, creates the technologies I mentioned. Mechanized death, global warming, climate change, extinction of species, risking our own extinction. So I believe that we do need a broader science that accommodates spirituality, the spiritual experience. So we use what we know from science wisely, so that we can make the best use.
Stop fucking playing with me. I'm not playing. I've never been pussy, my nigga. I know that. Never, nigga. Never been. Yo, I'm not doing that. Keep my fucking name out. I did that. Get your fucking ears off. You don't raise your fucking ears off and fucking knock you the fuck out, my nigga. I'm not fucking playing, my nigga. Okay. Don't ever mention my fucking name to nobody, nigga. nigga. Don't tell nobody what the fuck. Oh, yo, my nigga. Yo, stop fucking playing with me. I'm not playing. I've never been pussy, my nigga. I know that. Never, nigga. Never been pussy, my nigga. I'm not doing that, nigga. Keep my fucking name out. I did that. Get your fucking hands off me. Don't raise your fucking hands off me. Fucking knock you the fuck out, my nigga. I'm not fucking playing, my nigga. Okay. Don't ever mention my fucking name to nobody, nigga. Don't tell nobody what the fuck. Oh, yo, my nigga. Yo, stop fucking playing with me. I'm not playing. I've never been pussy, my nigga. I know that. Never, nigga. Never been pussy, my nigga. I'm not doing that, nigga. Keep my fucking name out. I did that. Get your fucking hands off me. Don't raise your fucking hands off me. Fucking knock you the fuck out, my nigga. I'm not fucking playing, my nigga. Okay. Mention my fucking name to nobody, nigga.
Oh shit. That was shadow boxing. It's called boxing. Right.
Sir, into the meaning of our existence, into why there is a universe, why there is consciousness. Only consciousness can experience consciousness. That's why we need spirituality. If by spirituality I mean self-awareness, self-reflection, transcendence, and our own desire to know ourselves. In my view, our search for God is our highest instinct to know ourselves, to find meaning in our own lives, to understand why there is evolution, what is the purpose of existence.
Thank you very much. Time is over.
The question is not whether individual people who happen to be religious or who happen not to be religious are good or bad. The question is whether religion itself is. I think there are aspects of religion which are bad in themselves. I think that the idea of blind faith, believing something without evidence, and sheltering behind the right to hold faith, such that you could justify doing bad things because your religion, your faith tells you it's the right to do. Many good and righteous.
Never happened were it not for his lifetime meeting, because I'm sure that
El encuentro del siglo. Fotografía. Fotografía, dense la mano. Es un honor. Thank you very much. It was an honor, a delight to think about thinking with you. Pensar sobre pensar con Richard Dawkins, Deepak Chopra. Gracias.
Could you explain your revolutionary ideas on quantum healing and any evidence there may be that it works?
quantum is just that.
I think we probably have quite a lot in common, and one of the things we have in common is an admiration for Bertrand Russell. Could you tell me about how you met him?
Originally, I heard about Bertrand Russell when he went to jail. He was protesting against the nuclear weapons, and he was arrested in 1961. When I read this in India, as a young man of 25, I said to myself, here is a man of 90 going to jail for peace in the world. What am I doing, young man, 25, sitting here drinking coffee? So I talked with my friend who was with me, and we said, let's do something to support Bertrand Russell. What can we do? Let's walk to Moscow, Paris, London, Washington, D.C. These four nuclear capitals. Yeah. And so we started to decide that, and we wrote to Bertrand Russell. And he said, I'm delighted that two young men want to walk all the way from India to America, but please walk fast so that I can see you when you come to England.
Because I'm 90.
Because I'm 90, that's right. So we started from the grave of Mahatma Gandhi, and we walked through Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, the former Soviet Union to Moscow, then Warsaw, Germany, Belgium, France, and then French people helped us to cross the channel, and we arrived in England, and we met Bertrand Russell, and he was so pleased. He said, I'm so glad I'm still alive, and you walked fast enough for me. And then he helped us to cross the Atlantic, and so we arrived in America.
He gave you money to.
No, we said we don't want any money. We did entire journey from India to England without any money.
So how did you live?
Just on hospitality of people.
How wonderful.
Everywhere people helped us, supported us, gave us hospitality, but not a penny. So we said to Bertrand Russell, we cannot take any money, because that is our vow, to walk as pilgrims, and so take no money. But we want to go to America, and we want to accomplish our destination. And so he said, I'll help you with the tickets. And so he helped us with 2 tickets in the Queen Mary.
How wonderful.
Yeah. So we sailed across America in great luxury and arrived in New York, and then we walked to Washington, D.C.
Delightful story. He was a wonderful old man. I wish I'd met him.
Wonderful. And when we met, we talked about everything, about China, India, Cuba, Wittgenstein, philosophy, everything. So he was a wonderful man.
Now, you're very keen on holism, Jan Smart.
Holism means to me is that things are connected. Nothing stands in isolation. So when you look at a tree, you don't just look at a tree. You know the tree exists only because there is a soil. Tree exists only because there is sunshine. Tree exists only because there is air. So many things make the tree. So just looking at the tree in isolation, without the context, without the holistic view of the surrounding, will be wrong, in my view. So holistic to me means seeing everything in their context, in their whole perspective, rather than in isolation.
That makes a lot of sense to me, but as a scientist who wants to actually understand how the tree works, I would be more inclined to dissect the tree, to think about the molecules of
water going up the transpiration screen inside the tree. Think about the sun bearing down on the leaves, which are kind of solar panels and are being used to catch carbon dioxide out of the air and so on. How do you reconcile those two views of the
There is no contradiction. As long as you have in the back of your mind the context of the whole, and within that whole, you look at the context, the details. So for example, you're writing a book. Book is made of every sentence, every word, every syllable, every line, every page. But page is not the book. You have to see the book in the context. But you cannot see the book in the context without reading the page. You cannot read the page without reading the sentence. You cannot read the sentence without reading the words. So details are important, but they are only important within the context of the whole. So if people don't take the holistic perspective and only reduce the book to a page or to a title, then that I would say is wrong. But if the title is to understand the whole, then that reducing the science to its particulars will be useful. So in my view, there is no contradiction.
Right. I would think I'd put exactly the same thing, but I'd probably use the word hierarchy and say that there is a hierarchy of units within units within units.
Yeah.
And in order to understand something, at any given level, there's no point going too far down into the details.
Yeah.
So if you're, say, trying to understand how a computer works, for example,
Yeah.
you know that the computer actually consists of integrated circuits, transistors, and so on, but it doesn't really help you. What you do is you think in terms of large units of software interacting with each other.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're an engineer who's trying to repair the computer, well, if you're trying to repair the computer, you might well actually take out a whole integrated circuit board, in fact.
Yeah.
But finally, you would agree that you can reduce it down to ones and noughts, high voltage, low voltage states in a whole lot of integrated circuits.
Yeah.
So that there is explanation at all levels, but we have to think hierarchically.
I would not think hierarchically. I would think more in terms of network. So things are not higher or lower, but they are spread like a network. So when I say holistically, network is a good example for that, because one unit will not stand by itself, because it will fall down, it will break down. So in the same way, for example, if you take the tree, as I said in the example, tree is made of this network of elements which make the tree. If you take the sun away, the water away, the soil away, the gardener away, the forester away, there will be no tree. Tree is made of so many other elements which are not tree. So tree is made of non-tree elements. And that's why holistic view of the world is a kind of context within which particular detail, particular aspect you can understand better. Yeah. Otherwise, you are working. Why we have in the world today so much trouble? Because we forget the context, and we just take one issue and just tackle that single issue as if everything else is irrelevant. And this is why I think we have many more social crises, political crises. For example, in politics, we take just the terrorism as a separate element without seeing the context, or we see poverty as a separate element without seeing the context. So without the context, text does not mean anything. Text needs context. Yeah.
I can see why one wants to say that the tree is an important part of the context of the tree. It's in the soil, it's in the air, in the sun, in a whole ecosystem, and very complicated ecosystem is. I'm not sure it's helpful to say that that's all part of the tree, however. I mean, that, to me, that's a slight misuse of language, because although the tree is sitting in a context, which is an ecological context and a soil context and so on, it's not actually part of the tree. You want to reserve the word tree for the wooden thing which has roots in the ground and has leaves at the top and is planted in the ground.
Yeah, but that's too simplistic. Just to reduce the tree to something but its roots in the ground and standing as a trunk and branches. Because we are, as a you scientist, and I as a philosopher, we want to go a bit deeper and broader. We don't want to just be simplistic. We want to say, there is no such thing as tree if you take all those elements away. because the roots and the branches and the trunk are made of other elements.
I think we're agreeing about everything that matters. I think that our disagreement is only semantic. I think that words need to be used in precise ways, and I fear that that's not
I
such
think
a
our
precise
difference is more than semantic.
Okay.
Our difference is quite basic, because what I'm saying is there is no such thing as a tree in itself. Tree is only tree when we see the whole context in it. And the moment you take the context away, there is no such thing as tree. Because we are stuck with tree, we lose the context, and therefore we can cut a tree thinking there's no problem. But when we are cutting the tree, if we remember the context, we will be very careful when to cut, when not to cut, how to deal with the tree. So the context, the holistic perspective is very fundamental. Whereas quite a lot of scientists, and I'm not saying yourself, but quite a lot of scientists go to a very particular reduced element, and they work only on their specialist aspect. And I think there science goes wrong.
Well, I think
as a
probably,
philosopher,
yes,
I
I think we probably agree about that. And I mean, one was tempted to quote the sort of cliche about seeing the wood for the trees.
Exactly.
Moving on to something else, I think spiritual is a word that you use a lot. What does that mean to you?
What I mean by it is that world is made of two elements. One element is visible element, what we can sense, we can touch, we can taste, we can look, we can smell, we can feel. That's one. The other aspect of creation or existence or universe is invisible dimension, things we cannot see. So what is that element which is invisible? I call it spiritual. So like you say, there's a law. There is a law in letter and spirit. So letter you can see, you can read it, what is it? But interpretation, the spirit of the law, the meaning of the law differs according to the view of the reader or the lawyer or the solicitor. So world, in everything in the world, the whole entire universe has these two layers, the material layer, the spiritual layer. And they are not separate. They are absolutely integrated with each other. So matter cannot exist without the spirit. Spirit cannot exist without the matter. Without matter, spirit is useless. What is the point of spirit? And without spirit, matter is dead. There is no life to it. So that living force, that quality is what I call spiritual. So world is made of quantity and quality. Quality is spiritual, quantity is physical. Physical and metaphysical. These are the two elements which are married together. The moment we separate them, then some people become spiritualists in a little ghetto, other people become materialists in a ghetto, and they quarrel with each other. I say matter and spirit are two aspects of the same reality, two sides of the same coin.
But when you introduced that, you used the example of law, and you said there's the letter of the law and the spirit of the law.
Yeah.
And at that time, I understood that rather clearly. The spirit of the law is something about attitudes in human minds.
Exactly.
Human minds being in human brains.
Yeah.
But then you said you can't have matter without spirit, and there you lost me, because surely before there were human, or indeed brains of any sort, around to think about things, there was matter, but there was no spirit.
No, but spirit is not necessarily just human spirit.
No, but before
there is a spirit in the room. When you go in a room, you say there is a good feeling here. There's a spirit of the room.
Well, now you've changed to something rather different.
The spirit is a very big and very holistic and very inclusive word. It is not defined in a one particular way. So when you go in a room, you can say the tree has a spirit. A rock has a spirit. It's a living rock. For me, it's alive. The earth is alive. So the tree is alive. The spirituality is not a monopoly of the human beings. Spirit is a very universal concept.
Did you try any of that on Bertrand Russell, if I may ask?
No, I didn't try that.
I don't think he would have liked that.
No.
So much.
But I was only 26, 27 at that time, and I was talking to a man of 92.
Yes.
So I was a little bit humble.
Yes.
But now I'm 70. I can talk a little bit more forcefully.
See, what worries me about this is that you seem to me to be switching from one
place to another, and it sounds as though you're using the same, indeed you are using the same words,
Yeah.
but they mean something very different. The spirit of law is one thing. The spirit when you go into a room is another thing.
Yeah.
The spirit in the tree
is another thing.
And probably, in my view, nothing. So don't you think you run the risk of being misunderstood by people who will think that you're talking about ghosts, for example, I mean, in trees?
No,
or...
I'm not talking about ghosts. I'm
but don't you
talking
run the risk of being
about
misunderstood?
the quality. I'm talking about the quality. Like human beings have body, senses, organs, all the things we have, which anybody can understand. But there is a quality of a human being, which is very unique to each and every human being. And now that is spirit. So quality cannot be measured. Quality cannot be analyzed. Quality cannot be defined. It's something you feel, you understand. Like your friendship. You cannot measure how much friendship I have or how much respect I have. You cannot measure it. But that's a kind of quality. And I call qualitative aspect of reality spiritual and quantitative aspect of reality material. That's all I'm saying.
Well, there are lots of things you might... Sorry. It's one thing to talk about the spirit of a human, and that humans are so complicated that that could mean all sorts of things. But you also said that rocks have a spirit, and that's, again, where you lose me. I fear that that's a misuse of words, because it's taking two very different things, a highly complicated thing like a human, or indeed a dog or a kangaroo, which has a complicated nervous system. But a rock, how can a rock have a spirit?
Rock has a spirit. Rock, you take a rock and give it to Henry Moore, and he will turn into a beautiful sculpture. Where does that sculpture come from? The
Henry
quality.
Moore.
No, but Henry Moore could not make that quality by himself without the rock. Rock and Henry Moore are not two separate in that situation. They are like observer and the observed in relationship. So the rock has the spirit and Henry Moore has the spirit. And those two coming together, developing something, emerging something, unfolding something, and that spirit has unfolded. A lump of clay, you put it in the hands of Bernard Leach, and he turns into a beautiful pot. There's a spirit of the pot coming out of that clay. So let us not define the word spirit in a very narrow way. Let's understand the word spirit in a very broad way. And the broad meaning of the spirit is that what is the quality of the clay? What is the quality of the rock? What is the quality of a tree? What is the quality of a human being? What is the quality of a law? Anywhere there is a quality and there's a quantity. There's a physic, there's a metaphysic. Those two work together. If you separate them and you just bring spirit as a kind of human domain or a kind of some other domain, then you are reducing spirit to a very low level. Whereas there's a universal spirit. The universe has a spirit. Oxford has a spirit. When you come to Oxford, you feel something different than if you were in London. So spirit is the quality of the place.
Well, I can appreciate that on a kind of poetic level, and I can sort of, at a poetic level, if I'm walking through Western Ireland or something, I can feel something you could call a spirit of it. But I think I want to use words more precisely and say that the character of a person, the thing that a person has, that Henry Moore has, for example, which he may then impose upon the rock with his chisel, is a different kind of thing from the spirit which a place has or a rock has. And I worry that you define things so broadly that you confuse by using the word in such widely different ways that it doesn't actually mean the same thing.
It doesn't mean the same thing, but it still has a kind of, when you say human spirit, and other times you say spirit of the law, and other times you say universal spirit, of course, it has a different meaning. So I'm not saying that it's the same meaning. When you say there's a friendship between husband and wife, and a friendship between a father and son, and friendship between two other unrelated individuals, there are different kind of relationships. Nevertheless, there's a friendship. So in the same way, I would use the spiritual quality of everything in a broad way. I'm not a scientist, I'm a philosopher, or to some extent, I'm an environmentalist. I want to understand the quality of everything. And because we have become so materialistic and we are not having regard to the spiritual aspect of everything, we use the matter in a very disrespectful way. And therefore, we are not even materialists because we don't use the matter with respect. If we consider the rock has spirit, tree has spirit, we will have a kind of respect for the rock, for the forest, for the rivers. We will not pollute them. We will not destroy them. We will not create global warming if we had a spiritual attitude towards the universe. We will have a kind of humility, ecological humility, because we have spiritual values. But when we see matter without spirit, and there is spiritless matter, then use it as you like. It's just for the human use. What's the point in it? And therefore we destroy the forests, we destroy the oceans, we destroy the rivers, we destroy the land, we kill the animals, we become so cruel. So spirituality gives you a kind of humility. That's why I want to use the word spiritual in a very broad sense and not in a narrow sense.
Well, let's end as we began with agreement. I want to agree with you very strongly. We do not want to pollute the world. We don't want to cut down the forests.
Yeah.
We don't want to cause global warming. We want to avoid all those things. Yeah. But my way of expressing why we don't want to do it is by looking into the future and saying this is what will happen if we do that. Yeah. This will be a terrible, terrible disaster. And I can express that without saying that the rocks have a spirit and the trees have a spirit and the world has a spirit. Yeah. So we end up agreeing, though we use different language for doing so.
Yeah. Only problem what you are saying in that is problem with that approach is that we end up taking care of the earth and not polluting the oceans and cutting down the forest because of the fear of some kind, because we are afraid of global warming, or we are afraid of the end of human civilization, or something like that. Whereas if you have a spiritual attitude towards the universe, then you take care of the earth, not because of the fear of the end of the world or end of civilization, but because of a kind of love and respect for the earth. So this is why I say that a kind of spiritual outlook. But I like the word. I think language is very important and spiritual from our English language. Quantitative, and that's a holistic. That's the material.
You only believe in the natural.
And it exists without rain, it cannot exist without soil. Also, it cannot exist without the treeness. The treeness is the spiritual quality of friendship, of relationship. That's human knowledge, irrespective of it. Like a flower in the forest is beautiful. If nobody has laughed it, nobody has ever appreciated, yet that flower is there, beautiful. That beauty in itself is intrinsic quality of the flower. In the same way, the rock has its own intrinsic spirit, and that is there.
Well, I think we better just leave it at that. And you had another.
I mean, to me, that gives it away because that beauty is always in the eye of the beholder.
No, it is not. It is not. It is not. Okay. Beauty is intrinsic.
No, it isn't.
It is. It is. It's not in the eyes of the beholder.
Yes, it is. No, yes, it is. No, okay. I mean, I'm really interested to know. Because how do you know this?
Yeah.
How do you know this? How do you know it? Yeah. Tell Rich. Yeah. How do you know this?
That's what I meant when I said you keep asserting it. I mean, how do you know your assertion is right?
I don't know that my assertion is right. This is my understanding. This is my worldview. We have a worldview, and we shape the world according to that view. And we have to make a sense of the world. If we don't have a worldview, and if we don't make a sense of the world, then we cannot relate to the world. So how I relate to the world depends on me. What I say is that my assertion or my worldview that rock has spirit, flower has spirit, trees have spirit, that will give us a different kind of outlook towards nature. And that outlook will be more benign to the earth. If you have a spiritless, dead earth, dead rock, dead trees, they have no spirit, they are just matter, that will give you a different worldview, and that worldview will lead to a more destructive.
No, it won't.
That's my view. That's my
your view.
understanding.
Okay, it's not mine.
This is what has happened.
I know it
in
is.
the Western world. We have always believed that Earth is a dead.
I believe I'm as passionate as you in loving living things and wanting to save them and stopping them going extinct and things like that. It's not. I don't think they're dead. I mean, you said they were dead because they have no spirit. They're not dead. They're alive. They're alive in the sense that science understands them alive. I want to keep them alive, and if I want to save rocks, I mean, I want to save the Grand Canyon. I want to save mountains. I want to save rocks in that sense. But I don't think that the reason I want to save them is because they have a spirit. But I think we can march together, we can walk together to save the world, although with perhaps different philosophies for the reason why. Now, can I just raise one final question, which is the problem of humility and science. And I think you've written somewhere or said somewhere that science is insufficiently humble. Would you like to develop that?
Because science has seen the Earth as a kind of separate object. And the moment you see a separate object, you manipulate the object to suit your purpose. So the history of science in the last 100 to 200 years has been mostly manipulating the objects of natural world to suit I would consider as an arrogant humility. My mind is always open. I've never closed my mind. I'm humble and I appreciate and respect natural world, and I'm searching. My mind is not closed. Quite often, scientists say, this is it. This is the latest theory. Until we don't know any theory, this is the final theory. This is where we have reached. The moment you close your mind, that's arrogance. The moment you keep your mind open and say, even there may be spirit, I'm searching for it, I'm looking for it, I'm trying to understand it. If I find a theory which proves that rock has spirit and trees have spirit, I'll accept it. That will be a humility. That will be an openness of the mind. The moment a scientist says, no, spirit does not exist, how do you know? We don't know. You have not yet found, you have not yet maybe understood, you have not yet maybe found a theory of the spirit. So until you find it, you believe what you are believing, but one day there may be a different theory. Before the theory of evolution, people did not know that there was evolution. That did not mean that evolution did not exist. Before the theory of gravity, people did not know that there was gravity. But that did not mean that gravity does not exist. In the same way, today, scientists don't know that there's a spirit in the rock, but that does not mean that in 10 or 20 or 50 or 200 years, there will be no new theory where scientists will come up with the idea that rocks are alive and have a spirit and have beauty and have intrinsic value.
I want to be open-minded, exactly. But I suspect that, and you're absolutely right, that there are going to be things that we will discover in the future that we couldn't possibly dream of today.
Exactly.
But I'm willing to bet you that the idea that rocks have a spirit is not going to be one of them. It'll be something much grander and bigger than that.
How can you bet that?
Well, I can bet it because I don't think we're using the word in a precise way. I think that it doesn't even mean anything to say a rock has a spirit, I suspect. And therefore, I'm not that interested in that. I am interested in agreeing with you that we have to be humble and open-minded to all the things that are going to come in the future that we don't yet understand.
But you are contradicting yourself. On the one hand, you say you want to be open, humble, but before that you said, but you expect it is not going to be ever spiritual. You have closed your mind.
Well, I meant...
You are contradicting
yourself.
yourself.
What I meant to say is that I don't think the word spirit is being used in a sufficiently precise way that we could ever know whether the proposition was true or not. But I do want to agree with you that we must be open-minded and humble and be aware that there's an enormous amount that we don't yet understand.
Fine.
And it will be grander and bigger than anything that we can yet imagine.
I'm delighted. I'm delighted to
Thank
hear
you very
that.
much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.